in, Ronaldo still has a goal for Man United. Inter met between West Ham với Man United. Inter 5th round of the Premier League 2021 phần 22. Superstar Cristiano Ronaldo score against the home team. Antop và was involved. Ronaldo's goal was still iconic. Inter 35th minute. Bruno Fernandes had an accurate pass on the left wing. Ronaldo crossed to finish, making Fabianski winnable to catch the ball. But right after that, Ronaldo quickly kicked back to equalizer 1-1 for MU Inter 35th minute. This is Ronaldo's fourth goal in 3 consecutive games for Man United in all competitions. He has scored twice against Newcastle, scored once against Young Boys and now went away against West Ham. Và was involved, but the goal was still iconic for the superstar born in 1985. Looking at the image below, it can be seen that Aaron Cresswell's leg held Ronaldo not fall into an offside position. The total number of Ronaldo's won for Man United after 2 periods of playing is 87. According to Opta, Ronaldo has good passes and real control right to 17 in the league of all time Manchester United goal cover. Before that, in the 30th minute, West Ham suddenly let the get Man United. From the right, Bowen check for Benrahma and this player comfortably got it and 10 shot from outside the box. The ball hit Rafael Varane and chẳng ed direction, leaving the only to watch.
West Ham 1-2 MU, lingered, shines, has to. Live football West Ham vs MU in round 5 of the English Premier League at Anfield on September 19th. Squad: West Ham, Fabianski, Zuma, Abdona, Caufel, Rice, Soucek, Cresswell, Fornals, Bowen, Vlasic, Yarmolenko 68, Benrahma. MU, De Gea, Wan-Bissaka, Varane, Maguire, Shaw, McTominay, Fred, Matic 87, Greenwood, Lingard 72, Fernandes, Pogba, Sancho 72, Ronaldo. Goals: Benrahma 31, Ronaldo 35, Lingard 89. Asterisk constantly updating and editing. 3. MU put pressure on the field from the beginning. In swinging corner from the left byline, McTominay has a header over the bar. 10. West Ham is collecting an active defensive squad, so MU has many difficulties in finding a way into the Fabianski goal. 16. Captain Harry Maguire lost the ball in his own half. West Ham had a good chance to eat, but Bowen's last shot was blocked by Varane. 21. West Ham began to push up the attacking formation. Bowen just had a shot from the front of the goal, forcing De Gea to save with his foot. Soucek dashed into the alluvial rock over the crossbar. 24. MU counter-attacked quickly. Pogba pushed the ball to the left for Ronaldo, but CR7's last shot was caught by Fabianski. 28. After the corner situation, Bruno Fernandes picked up the slack behind and launched a thunderous volley that bounced off the post. 31st. Goal. 1-0 received the ball comfortably at the top of the box. Benrahma shot a long shot that smashed Varana's direction and flew into the net in De Gea's helplessness. 35. Goal. 1-1 Bruno Fernandes created from the left wing for Ronaldo to cushion the close, forcing Fabianski to push out. It was CR7 who kicked into the empty goal to equalize the score 1-1. 42. Mason Greenwood poked a gap for Ronaldo to hurl a shot with his right foot that Fabianski struggled to save. 46. Fornals crossed carelessly and Bruno Fernandes immediately pushed the ball down to Ronaldo. Unfortunately, in the situation of facing the goalkeeper, CR7 did not win against Fabianski. End of the first half. 50. Bowen crossed to the right and then stretched for Fornals to jerk his heel to create an extremely dangerous situation. 60. MU is still pressing the pitch and has a lot of corner situations but has not been able to take advantage of it successfully. 72. Solskjaer pulled out Greenwood and Pogba and sent Sancho and Lingard onto the field. 75. MU counter-attacked quickly. Lingard pushed the ball down for Bruno Fernandes to throw the striker right away, but the force was too light. 77. Ronaldo has just been intercepted by Koupal in the penalty area, but the referee waved his hand not to give MU a penalty. 83. MU is still working hard to attack, but West Ham is defending quite tightly. Premier League match. How did Tottenham catch Lukaku? Lukaku's Chelsea will face Tottenham Hotspur on the night of September 19th, and Arsenal legend Keown has explained how to prevent the striker from continuing his streak of shooting games. New signing Lukaku has scored 4 goals in his first 4 games at Chelsea, leaving former defender Martin Keown anxious to explain how the Premier League juniors can stop Romelu Lukaku. The Belgian striker is the last piece of the puzzle for coach Thomas Tuchel in this summer's transfer window, and the £97.5 million player is doing a great job of returning the Blues' investment. The striker has scored like a machine with a desire to help Chelsea to the Premier League title and has just scored the only goal in the Champions League group stage victory over Zenit St. Petersburg. The Arsenal legend spoke out before Lukaku and his teammates' trip to Tottenham Hotspur on how to stop the Chelsea striker. When you play against him, every ball is a competition. I don't let him. I feel too closely followed and I will be at Lukaku. Every time Lukaku is about to have the ball, don't be 2 or 3 meters away from him because the space is so big. You have to keep up with him. You can't let Lukaku get into the game. And lastly, you need to have ample physical resources to be ready for the fight. Keown, who has won 3 seasons with Arsenal, further analyzed Lukaku as strong in the air, like the goal against Zenit. He is a complete striker, and he is very confident. What you need to do is make Lukaku lose that confidence. Lukaku will face Tottenham's Harry Kane on the night of September 19th, and, in Tuchel's opinion, he is a very different striker. I see Romelu Lukaku playing a bit higher, while Harry Kane likes to cross the ball into the number 10 position, or switch to a teammate. Kane works well with Son Heung-min, so he is very strong in finding gaps between the lines. In contrast, Romelu prefers to go higher in the field. But they also have similarities. Both love to score, and they score whenever they play. They're always ready, and that's a certain mindset that you can't really learn. Tuchel continued, I'm sure they both started to show this mindset when they started playing when they were 5, 6, 7 years old. These boys are born to score goals, and if they don't score, they are. They have different styles. Romelu is more physical. Harry Kane needs open space. Both are super dangerous and key players. Both number 9 strikers know how to concretize the team's efforts. If you want to win matches like this, you need to be strong as a team. I feel both of these strikers are team players. Harry does everything for his team, whether he plays for Tottenham or England, is not afraid to support the defense. Romelu too, he's here to help us win titles. That's what the big players do.
Coach Moyes made a substitution without regret. Ronaldo regretted lots of the penalty. Coach Moyes' insights to his decision to substitute was calculated in advance and knew ESTHAMS unbeaten streak in the Premier League had stopped at 4, while Ronaldo regretted lots of the penalty. At the Olympic home round, the student of Coach David Moyes took the lead thanks to a goal from Said Benrahma, but to one from Cristiano Ronaldo and Jesse Lingard helped Man United turn the game around. In the 3 minutes of injury time, West Ham were awarded a penalty after the ball touched Luke hand. Coach Moyes threw McNoble on the field to kick the D6 11m kick. However, the veteran West Ham midfielder COULDNT beat David De Gea with a low respect, causing West Ham to lose 1-2 on aggregate. De Gea really saw him become a hero and finish that 40 penalty without saving a single one for club and country, stretching back to 2016. Coach David Moyes said, "I have regrets, not at all because McNoble is one of the best free kicks we have. We had a time to think, time to make a choice. That's my choice, my decision. With what happens in the game, you have to make big decisions. Sometimes they are correct and sometimes not, but you have to make the decision. We have a really good penalty taker on the bench. I think I would be more disappointed in myself if I didn't make a decision. Noble is the best person to do it."
Ronaldo must be awarded 2 11M balls. It's clear as day. That is the assertion of coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer after Manchester United won a hard and dramatic victory with a score of 2-1 against West Ham in the 5th round of the Premier League. Last night, September 19th, Manchester United went upstream to win a very important victory against difficult opponents West Ham with a score of 2-1 in round 5 of the Premier League away from London. Said Benrahma opened the scoring for the lucky home side with a shot that deflected Varane into the net after half an hour of play. Just 5 minutes later, Ronaldo showed his keen goal-hunting instinct with an offside trap narrowly bounced high and then shot into the empty net when goalkeeper Lukas Fabianski pushed the ball. In the 89th minute, super sub Lingard made a super product with a cut to put the ball into the far corner to score a 2-1 scoreline for MU. Right in the last minute of injury time, Shaw let the ball touch his hand in the penalty area and MU suffered 11M after the referee checked VAR. On the penalty spot, the player who just came on as a substitute just to kick 11M, Mark Noble shot the ball again and was successfully blocked by De Gea. After this ball, the referee also blew the whistle to end the game. After the match, MU coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer won many praises for the hero Jesse Lingard. He scored against his old team after being criticized for a bad mistake to pass the ball to the opponent, causing MU to lose 1-2 against Young Boys in the Champions League in the middle of last week. Solskjaer was very happy when Lingard redeemed himself to help MU win all 3 points. The Norwegian strategist shared, "You have to learn to live with the highs and the lows." Lingard issued an apology after the loss to Young Boys. "People have said that it is not necessary." Then Lingard came in today and played brilliantly. It was a great goal. I am very happy for Jesse Lingard. Of course, he had a rough night last week, but he humbled himself and worked hard again. He's a bright guy with a positive outlook. It was a great pass from Nemanja Matic and a great turn from Jesse. It was a great combination that made the goal. I think Manchester United played very good football in the first half, but then we needed to defend better. Solskjaer insisted the referee was right when he gave the Hammers a penalty from a handball in Luke Shaw's penalty area in the last minute of injury time. It seemed that Lingard's goal was the last remarkable moment of the game, but VAR came in, and referee Martin Atkinson went to the VAR check screen and then pointed at the 11M spot for West Ham. Former MU coach David Moyes immediately threw Mark Noble on the field only to kick that 11M, but the English star was guessed by goalkeeper De Gea in the right direction of the shot to push the ball out of his pen. Solskjaer admitted with a simile, "The handball that blew the penalty was right. Shaw made his arm bulge more. If you clamp the ball into someone's hand and they're right there watching, it's hard to get away." David De Gea correctly guessed the direction of the shot. If Noble scores, it's genius, and when De Gea saves, it's a false call. Finally, Solskjaer thought that Ronaldo should have earned MU to 11M after collisions with Kurt Zouma and Vladimir Koufal caused the 36-year-old Portuguese superstar to fall in the penalty area. However, referee Atkinson waved his hand for the game to continue in the face of Ronaldo's outcry. Manchester United have 2 penalties, as clear as day, said Solskjaer. I just hope to get one of them, but Ronaldo didn't get a penalty. Manchester United and West Ham do not have much time to recover when both will have a rematch in the Carabao Cup, League Cup, at 1:45 a.m. on September 23 at Old Trafford. Barca wants Sterling in January next year. Because the attack is in crisis, Barca wants to urgently recruit striker Raheem Sterling in January. This is the star that the Catalunya team also pursued in the summer transfer window. According to the British media, Barca is planning to recruit star Raheem Sterling in January. The source confirmed the Catalan team will soon negotiate with Man City. Due to the lack of financial resources, the Catalunya team prioritizes the option of exchanging players or borrowing the English player with an option to buy permanently in the summer of 2021. In the 2021/22 season, Sterling's position is seriously threatened by the arrival of Jack Grealish. After 6 matches of Man City up to now, he has only played in the starting lineup for exactly 2 matches. It seems that coach Pep Guardiola is also starting to run out of patience with the 26-year-old striker's ungratefulness. Therefore, it is not excluded that Man City will seriously consider the possibility of pushing Sterling to Barca. It is estimated that the transfer fee of the England international is currently around £80 million, and he is enjoying a salary of £300,000 per week at Etihad. The reason Barca wants to recruit Sterling urgently in the upcoming winter transfer window is because the attack of the Catalunya team is having problems. After 2 superstars Lionel Messi and Antoine Griezmann respectively left the Camp Nou, they no longer have any really valuable attacking stars. Even Barca's attack is currently in crisis due to the injury of a series of players such as Sergio Aguero, Ansu Fati, Ousmane Dembele. Sterling is considered to be suitable for Barca's football philosophy, because the football that coach Guardiola is spreading at Etihad has many similarities with the style of the Catalan team. Guardiola also led Barca to play very successfully in the past, with a tiki-taka attacking style that used to be the most successful football player in the world, making the Camp Nou team be praised as the world without rivals. Sterling's only problem is his finishing ability. This 26-year-old striker often has very ungainly ball handling, leading to unbelievable missed opportunities. Also because of this, the English striker was whistled and booed by the home team's fans in the goalless draw with the visitors Southampton in the 5th round of the Premier League. In the last summer transfer window, Barca also voiced their desire to recruit Sterling with Man City. They offered to exchange one of the 3 stars, including Antoine Griezmann, Ousmane Dembele, or Sergi Roberto, additional money for Man City to get the England international signature. But the Manchester City team is not interested in what Barca offers. All the stats of Chelsea and Liverpool are amazingly similar. All statistics about Chelsea and Liverpool are amazingly similar after the past 5 rounds of the English Premier League. Both teams are determined to oust Man City to win the throne, having the same 13 points, scoring 12 goals and conceding only 1 goal to lead the tournament. The Blues and the Red Brigade had results as if they were original copies of each other in the first match of the Premier League. Chelsea opened the domestic campaign with a 3-0 victory at home against Crystal Palace, while Liverpool also beat host Norwich 3 goals without removing. Next, Jurgen Klopp's side beat Burnley 2-0 at Anfield, and 24 hours later Thomas Tuchel's Army defeated Arsenal with the same score at the Emirates. In the third match, the Anfield and Stamford Bridge team held each other 1-1 after the goals of Kai Havertz, Chelsea, and Mohamed Salah, Liverpool. The defending Champions League champions beat Aston Villa 3-0 at Stamford Bridge in the next round, while the Merseyside team did the same with Leeds at Elland Road. On the evening of September 18, Liverpool beat Crystal Palace 3-0 at Anfield, but on the evening of September 19, Chelsea defeated Tottenham with 3 goals in the 5th round of the Premier League. English football fans are amazed with the parameters as if copy of each other between Chelsea and Liverpool. Why are the results so strangely coincidental? Commented one social media user, while another asked, why is Chelsea leading the rankings while the indicators are just like Liverpool? Chelsea are currently top of the table, simply alphabetically, but cannot win the Premier League because of this. If there is still a copy of the original at the end of the season, one more match will be needed between them to determine the crown. Currently, Man United also has 13 points like Chelsea and Liverpool, but is behind because of the difference in goal difference. Red Devils, despite scoring 13 goals, but also had to pick up the ball 4 times. Five best players in round 5 of the Premier League. The 5 most prominent players in the 5th round of the Premier League season 2021/22. Chelsea midfielder N'Golo Kante has a brilliant performance after recovering from injury. Ismail Assar scored twice in Watford's 3-1 win over Norwich. With 9 times of winning duel disputes, the Senegalese striker became the nightmare of the Norwich defence. The Watford right-winger has a total of 53 touches, 5 shots on target, 5 successful dribbles and has a passing accuracy of 93.1%. From the free kick, Martin Odegaard scored the only goal to help Arsenal defeat Burnley. Not only directly bringing 3 points for the Gunners, the Norwegian midfielder is also outstanding with the ability to regulate the midline and round up the opponent, supporting the defence. Before Burnley, the former Real Madrid star had 3 recoveries and 2 successful tackles. Matty Cash opened the way for Aston Villa's 3-0 victory over Everton, a team that has been in high form since the beginning of the season. The English right-back became a nightmare on the left wing of Everton. The player born in 1997 won 3 out of 4 duels, touched the ball 6 times in the Everton penalty area, launched 3 shots, and scored 1 goal. David De Gea was the hero of Manchester United's 2-1 win at West Ham. For the first time since October 2014, the Spaniard has successfully saved a penalty in the Premier League. He successfully neutralized Mark Noble, who had succeeded in 10 previous penalties, and had not missed 11 meters since December 2016. N'Golo Kante was the turning point for the highlight match in the 5th round of the Premier League. The French midfielder entered the field in the 46th minute, helping Chelsea dominate the game and double the gap in a 3-0 victory over the home team Tottenham. Before number 7 entered the field, Chelsea only had 2 shots on target. With Kante in midfield, Chelsea had 10 shots on target. Kante's certainty makes Tottenham's expected goal index, XG, in the second half only 0.06. Ronaldo only directed De Gea to successfully save a penalty. Superstar Cristiano Ronaldo was the one who reminded the lesson to goalkeeper David De Gea, thereby helping the junior successfully save Mark Noble's 11-m kick in the 90+3 minute. Looking at the picture below, Ronaldo, while watching De Gea's penalty situation, suggested to his junior. Ronaldo observed the way Noble stood, ran, and then pointed to the left of De Gea. As a result, the 31-year-old goalkeeper's trust in his veteran teammate was put in place. Noble shot in that direction and De Gea succeeded in pushing the player's very strong shot. After 5 years, De Gea has tasted the feeling of successfully saving penalties in all competitions. The last time De Gea won on 11m took place in MU's 2-1 victory over Everton in the FA Cup. 2015/16 on April 23, 2016, when he subdued striker Romelu Lukaku. Returning to the match in the 5th round of the Premier League 2021/22 last night, September 19, MU had a difficult trip to West Ham's field. The home team took the lead in the 30th minute when Benrahma's opening goal hit Rafael Varane and went into the net to the amazement of the Man United players. But just 5 minutes later, Man United equalized the score 1-1 thanks to Cristiano Ronaldo. In the 89th minute, the player replaced Lingard to raise the score to 2-1 for the Red Devils. This goal seemed to help MU win all 3 points. Then the drama of the match was pushed to the climax. In the 3rd minute of injury time, Luke Shaw let the ball touch his hand inside the box and the referee, after reviewing, determined the penalty for the home team. Coach David Moyes was so picky that he replaced Mark Noble just to take the penalty. This, destiny. But at 11m away, the Hammers penalty expert failed to beat De Gea's talent. In the end, MU won a dramatic 2-1 victory over West Ham, and Solskjaer's team temporarily ranked 3rd in the Premier League table with 13 points like Liverpool and Chelsea but poor difference. After 5 years, De Gea successfully saved an 11m. Goalkeeper De Gea became a hero for Man United with a save from Mark Noble's 11m free kick in injury time in the win over West Ham last night. Notably, this is the first time after 5 years that the Spaniard shines at the 11m mark. In the last minutes of the match between West Ham vs Man United, defender Luke Shaw in an attempt to save had a situation to touch the ball in the penalty area. After consulting VAR, referee Martin Atkinson awarded the home team a penalty kick. West Ham coach David Moyes decided to launch the 11m free kick expert. Mark Noble entered the field to receive the task. Noble's 11m kick situation was not easy when he put his heart close to the post. However, De Gea read the situation well and the ball in the right direction helped him to save successfully. Immediately after this ball situation, referee Atkinson also blew the whistle to end the game and Man United secured a 2-1 victory. Question marks surrounding De Gea's ability to save penalties have been raised. Until Noble's kick was reversed, the Spaniard had not saved a single penalty since April/2016. The last time De Gea won on 11am took place in MU's 2-1 win over Everton in the 2015/16 FA Cup on April 23, 2016, when he subdued striker Romelu Lukaku. Since the time of successfully saving Lukaku's 11m free kick, De Gea has faced 33 penalties and been defeated. Most recently in the Europa League 2020/21 final against Villarreal in May, the Spaniard was subdued in all 11 shots. It was also he who missed the last kick that made Man United lose the championship. If counting the 11m free kicks in official matches, De Gea has failed 22 times to face opposing players since the time of winning Lukaku. The pressure on the Spaniard is great, because his junior Dean Henderson has successfully saved 8 11m free kicks. In the Premier League alone, it has been 7 years since the Spaniard has saved a penalty. The last time he succeeded in saving a penalty in the highest arena of the foggy country was the situation facing Everton's Leighton Baines in October 2014. Ronaldo and Fernandes solve difficult math problems at MU. Bruno Fernandes did not perform well when playing next to Cristiano Ronaldo in the Portugal team, but that is not entirely true at Man United. Ronaldo has more charisma than any other player. Increasingly older, CR7 adjusts itself to better adapt. The former Real Madrid star is now a predator in the forbidden zone, the center of the team. However, the appearance of Ronaldo made many people worried. At that time, Fernandes' influence at Man United will decrease. The proof is that the two often do not find each other in the Portuguese team. Disappointment in the national team. At Euro 2020, the disappointment for Fernandes is real. When his childhood idol scored 5 goals and had 1 assist to win the scorer award, Fernandes struggled again, losing his position in the main team and almost causing Portugal to be eliminated in the first round. Bored. Coach Jose Mourinho described Fernandes' performance as completely lost. Compared to what has shown during his time with Man United, the Portuguese midfielder clearly does not meet expectations. It is a fact that Ronaldo and Fernandes do not often play well in 26 times with the Portuguese team. Ronaldo scored 30 goals in those matches, while Fernandes only had 4 goals. For a player who has averaged more than 1 goal every 2 games at club level over the past 4 seasons, like Fernandes, that's a letdown. Fernandes has only provided 3 assists this time around. He and Ronaldo combined to create exactly 2 goals. Fernandes scored from Ronaldo's pass in a friendly against Algeria in 2018. Then he passed it to his teammates in a friendly against Israel ahead of Euro 2020. The same story happened in the September gathering. CR7's double came after Fernandes was withdrawn from the match against the Republic of Ireland. After Ronaldo was suspended for the next match against Azerbaijan, Fernandes shone. He imprinted his shoes on the opening goal before successfully executing the 11-meter goal himself. That worries Man Utd fans. However, Portugal is a far different environment than Man Utd. Difference at Man Utd. With Portugal, coach Fernando Santos does not like to take risks and tends to arrange Fernandes to play deep in midfield. Coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is different. He allows Fernandes to freely express and develop his full potential. And Ronaldo fits into Solskjaer's system. Of course, Fernandes' scoring performance can be significantly reduced when in the same team as Ronaldo. At that time, the former Sporting Lisbon star no longer had the priority to shoot 11 meters or take direct free kicks. However, Fernandes' influence does not decrease. Ronaldo can shoot 11 meters, free kicks and score goals. In 3 seasons in Serie A, CR7 scored more than a third of all goals for Juventus. But he needs the service from his teammates, which are crosses. Last season, there were 2 most prominent crossers at Man Utd, Luke Shaw and Fernandes. Man Utd made 444 crosses last season, a league average. It is true that the number of penalties is relatively low, but with Ronaldo, this is gradually changing. 2 of Ronaldo's 3 seasons in Italy, Juventus are in the top 3 in Serie A in terms of crosses taken. Last season, they crossed more than any other team. And in fact, Man Utd is benefiting from the duo Fernandes-Ronaldo. In the opening match of the Champions League this season, ignoring the mistakes in the substitution of Solskjaer, Fernandes and Ronaldo began to have a good relationship. Fernandes launched a beautiful pass for CR7 to hit the young boy's net. However, Man Utd lost 1-2. Returning to the Premier League in the match against West Ham on the evening of September 19, Ronaldo went down to receive Fernandes' cross to score an equalizer. In another phase at the beginning of the second half, specifically in the 47th minute, Fernandes continued to bring the ball smoothly to Ronaldo's position. Only the outstanding talent of goalkeeper Lucas Fabianski can deny Ronaldo a double in this situation. That shows, Fernandes and Ronaldo gradually formed a good relationship. As a passer, Fernandes understands that inside the penalty area is the presence of a Ronaldo who knows how to seize opportunities. In the 4-1 win over Newcastle, Fernandes and Ronaldo shined together. Obviously, there is no such thing as Ronaldo and Fernandes stepping on each other, reducing the influence of the opponent at Old Trafford. One thing is easy to see, Ronaldo's ability to move without the ball is quite good. Ronaldo's smart running situations help Man Ud's phases to shine brighter. Ronaldo instills confidence in the Man Utd players to boldly make passes to create opportunities. Not only Fernandes, but also Mason Greenwood or Scott McTominay also put CR7 in a favorable position to finish. With a target striker like Ronaldo, Fernandes' openings will have the correct destination. A bond is formed. In 4 goals Ronaldo scored after 3 matches at Man Utd, Fernandes was the one who directly contributed 2 assists. An impressive start. Ronaldo and Fernandes are complementing each other, creating a powerful attacking pair of Man Utd. MU frantically tied up hero Lingard. The British media said that MU bosses contacted Jesse Lingard's father directly to convince the English midfielder to extend his contract with the club. Jesse Lingard revived his career late last season while playing for West Ham on loan. In 16 matches below against David Moyes, Lingard scored 9 goals. West Ham tried to sign the English player long-term, but the attempt was unsuccessful. The current contract between Jesse Lingard and MU is only valid until June 2022. Coach Solskjaer is determined to keep the student because he appreciates Lingard's ability. On his return to London yesterday, Jesse Lingard drew a beautiful masterpiece in the 89th minute to help MU win a breathtaking victory. Now, the Red Devils' leadership is doing everything to secure the 28-year-old's future, although Lingard rejected the initial extension offer. According to the source of journalist Fabrizio Romano, MU has been approaching Lingard's father for a few weeks to listen to his thoughts, aspirations, and desired remuneration. Besides, Solskjaer also instigated the students to talk intimately with Lingard to convince him to sign an extension soon. In addition to Lingard, the Manchester team is also actively inviting Bruno Fernandes, Paul Pogba, and Luke Shaw to sign new ones. As revealed by the Norwegian military leader, Jesse Lingard will be ranked in the middle of this week when MU meets West Ham in the English League Cup. Kanté changed the whole London derby. Kanté was only on the bench in the Tottenham vs Chelsea match. But as soon as he came on as a substitute at the beginning of the second half, the French midfielder proved his worth. He was the one to help the Blues regain the midfield, thereby opening the victory for the home team. Tottenham played well in the first half against Chelsea. Even Spurs' 3-man midfield with Højbjerg, Ndombele, and Lo Celso sometimes dominated the Blues' strong midfield. The statistics show this. In the first 45 minutes, Tottenham had more passes, 271 to Chelsea's 248, more accurate passes, 222 to 211, and more corners were awarded, 4 versus 2. Spurs also had 1 shot on target, while the Blues failed to hit Hugo Lloris' goal once. It was a performance that made many fans believe that Tottenham could create a surprise against Chelsea. But everything changed after the break. 45 minutes of the second half witnessed the dominant game, completely dominating the Blues. Their ball possession time is up to 60%. They pass the ball more, 287 compared to the opponent's 219, pass more accurately, 256 compared to 183. If in the first half, Chelsea did not have a shot on target, then after the break, they had 10 shots on target. The number of corners that the Blues enjoyed in the second half also reached 9, while Spurs only had 1. And yet, Tottenham also have only 14 touches in the penalty area, while Chelsea's number is twice that. The result of this outstanding game was 3 times Thomas Tuchel's students forced Lloris to go into the net to pick up the ball. The question is what happened in the second half to help the Blues completely overwhelm Tottenham in terms of the game. The answer lies in N'Golo Kante. Tuchel replaced Mason Mount shortly after the first half, bringing on Kante. With this change, Chelsea have 3 central midfielders on the pitch, in which Jorginho is the shortest player, Mateo Kovacic plays left midfield, and Kante plays right. And it was Kante with an extremely wide range of motion, with excellent ball recovery, that helped the Blues regain the full game, not giving Tottenham the opportunity to deploy the ball, which they used to do very well in the first half. First, not only excelling in defensive tasks, Kante was also the one to finish the goal to double the gap for Chelsea and completely extinguish Tottenham's fighting spirit. Kante is a midfielder that has everything you need. Hard work, intensity, winning the ball back, moving without the ball, having the ball, dribbling, even scoring goals, every skill he has. I see this in every training session, and it's hard to explain how great he is. Kante plays great even in practice, Tuchel said of his beloved student. Kante has not played regularly in the Premier League since the beginning of the season because of injury. Against Tottenham, he was only fit enough to come on in the second half. But Kante turned out to be a great plan B for Tuchel to use when needed. Kante's energy and class changed the entire game. Tuchel in the past wished to work with the French star, and now in charge of Chelsea, he is turning Kante into a more complete midfielder than before. Don't forget that at the Blues, Lampard was also planning to sell Kante in the past. As for France, Kante was not as prominent as at Chelsea. Lingard is more worthy of starting than Sancho. Jesse Lingard scored a goal to bring 3 points for Man United against West Ham, while Jadon Sancho has yet to leave much of an impression. Products from the MU training camp are showing that they are worthy of starting a £73 million rookie at this time. In the second half of the 2020/21 season, Lingard played extremely well when he was loaned to West Ham. He scored 9 goals and added 5 assists in 16 appearances for the Hammers. This impressive performance helps the 28-year-old player to be retained by MU in the 2021/22 season. However, he is not expected by many to be able to win the main kick when the Red Devils have too many quality factors in attack. but through the early matches of the season, Lingard is showing that he deserves to be given the starting kick. After scoring 1 goal in a 4-1 win over Newcastle in round 4, Lingard continued to shoot in the reverse victory at West Ham. His beautiful cut in the 89th minute sealed a dramatic 2-1 victory for the Manchester Reds. Interspersed between these 2 goals was a careless pass that surprised MU to lose against Young Boys in the opening round of the Champions League 2021/22. But overcoming countless criticisms, he knew how to get up at the right time to assert his position in coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's squad. And Lingard's impressive performance highlights the lack of expensive rookie Jadon Sancho. After 18 months of chasing the same huge price of £73 million, MU successfully recruited the 21-year-old winger. In the match against West Ham, Sancho was launched at the same time as Lingard. But while the older man made the difference, Sancho was a huge disappointment. For about 20 minutes on the field he pretended to be a familiar image in matches from the beginning of the season. Expected to bring life to the right wing, but Sancho is now a shadow of himself compared to when he was with Dortmund. This player has up to 50 goals and 64 assists after only 137 appearances for the Yellow-Black team. Since coming to MU, Sancho has not contributed any goals or assists. By the time Sancho arrived at Old Trafford, many thought that Lingard would be the one to leave Man United. But at the moment, it is clear that Lingard deserves to be started more than the £73 million winger. At his best, Sancho was one of the most devastating attacking players in Europe. He has the ability to change the game in an instant. And that's why Sancho is pursued by many big men. But Sancho's way of playing at Dortmund is to coordinate with teammates with triangular passes in 1/3 of the opponent's field. At Man United, you can't play that way. The Red Devils mainly hit the ball quickly with quick passes to tear apart the opponent's defense. Solskjaer has previously spoken of his desire for a versatile, interchangeable forward lineup like the hugely successful 2007 to 2009 period. The Red Devils had a trio of Cristiano Ronaldo, Wayne Rooney, and Carlos Tevez at that time. This explains why he preferred signing Sancho, who can play on both flanks. The problem is that Solskjaer does not seem to want to use Sancho on the right wing, where there is a shortage of attacking quality because Wan-Bissaka is only good at defense. While on the left wing, Luke Shaw is still being assigned the responsibility of breaking through the front line. This saw Sancho forced to cut inside, where he frequently faced a lack of options ahead. This won't be a big deal if Man United have the ability to penetrate low defenses. But when facing opponents who play with deep defenses, MU often relies on a moment of brilliance from individuals on the front lines. And Lingard is proving he's perfectly suited to that kind of play. Mistakes are inevitable in football. It's important that you get over them, Lingard said after the win over West Ham. I worked hard to overcome the disappointment of losing to Young Boys. It wasn't easy, but to get a few minutes today and score a goal was amazing. Meanwhile, coach Solskjaer said, "I think Jesse has the perfect answer to the criticism directed at him. Jesse clearly wants to fight for the starting position and be part of the Man United are going." Improvement. I can't guarantee he'll start at this point, but Jesse's contributions are well deserved. He could start midweek in the League Cup. Jesse is slowly maturing and becoming a player. Important element of the team. Man United is still not really good at attacking. But Lingard's shine is a good sign next to a strong, explosive Cristiano Ronaldo. As for Sancho, he needs to integrate faster if he doesn't want to step into the footsteps of a rookie and once highly anticipated Donny van de Beek. The referee robbed Ronaldo and MU's penalty. Both Owen and Schweinsteiger said that the referee was wrong to not give Ronaldo and MU a penalty in the West Ham match, round 5 of the Premier League. MU had a dramatic 2-1 victory over West Ham by coach David Moyes, thanks to the goals of Ronaldo, 35, and Lingard, 89, and the excellence of De Gea when he saved the 11-m goal. The last seconds of the game. However, in the match there were also controversial situations, after the collisions of Kurt Zouma and Vladimir Koufal caused Ronaldo to fall in the penalty area. However, the referee Martin Atkinson refused to blow the penalty for MU. Speaking after the game, coach Solskjaer announced, "MU was deprived of at least 2 penalties and hopefully, it is not Ronaldo who never gets the penalty." Watching the match, 2 former players, both playing for the Red Devils, Michael Owen and Bastian Schweinsteiger, both confirmed that Ronaldo and MU should have received a penalty. Although the referee refused to penalize MU and West Ham, they received a penalty of 11-m at the last minute, but Ronaldo and his teammates still left with the victory. So, West Ham versus MU. Thanks for the dramatic last 10 minutes. By the way, the penalty for the away team is obvious. After Kurt Zouma fouled Ronaldo, the former Germany player expressed his opinion on his personal page. Owen is also firm, Ronaldo should have had a penalty, maybe 2. The last 11-m with Shaw was correct. Can't remember a game with so much to say in the last 5 minutes. Incredible. Premier League, crowded at the top. Round 5 of the English Premier League, 2021 to 2022 closes with many unexpected developments. At the top of the rankings, all 3 championship candidates for this season, Chelsea, Liverpool, and Manchester United are sharing 13 points to share the top position. Just like in round 4, all 3 clubs, including MU, Chelsea, and Liverpool won the match. They have the same 10 points, but MU is at the top of the table thanks to a better difference than Chelsea and Liverpool. In the 5th round, all 3 teams continued to compete, but the number 1 position changed hands. In the London Derby, and also the highlight of the 5th round, Chelsea beat Tottenham 3-0 away thanks to an impressive performance in the second half. The match was interesting as both teams actively played offensively. With home advantage, Tottenham held the ball better in the first half and had many opportunities to open the scoring, but both Harry Kane and Son Heung-min could not take advantage of it. In the second half, the away team Chelsea suddenly accelerated, created dangerous breaking and consecutively got goals in the 50th, 57th, and 90+2 minutes thanks to the goals of Thiago Silva, N'Golo Kante, Antonio Rudiger. The jubilant victory helped Chelsea have 13 points in the hand like Liverpool and Manchester United, but rose to the top of the table due to more goal difference plus 11. Meanwhile, also won 3-0, Liverpool have 13 points with the same difference, plus 11, but are temporarily behind Chelsea in alphabetical order. Up to this point, the English Premier League, MU is the team with the strongest attack with 13 goals to the opponent's net. However, the Red Devils are the team with the worst defense in the leading group when conceding 4 goals, while Man City, Chelsea, Liverpool only conceded once. In the previous match, Manchester United had a dramatic 2-1 victory on the field of West Ham. Notably, once again, it was Cristiano Ronaldo who scored the important goal, starting the upstream of the Red Devils. This match MU escaped not only thanks to the excellence of Ronaldo, but also thanks to the unexpected shine of Jesse Lingard and goalkeeper David De Gea. Someone scored to raise the score to 2-1 in the 89th minute, and the other excellently saved the opponent's penalty in the 90+3 minute, thereby helping the Red Devils win all 3 points to leave London. Before that, after letting the home team, West Ham, take the lead in the 30th minute with Benrahma's goal, Ronaldo shone when he scored the equalizer for MU in the 35th minute. Scored against West Ham, Ronaldo had 3 goals and was only 1 goal behind the top scorer in the Premier League 2020-2021. The players who are having 4 goals from the beginning of the tournament are Bruno Fernandes, Michail Antonio, Mohamed Salah. Man United also has 13 points, but the difference is only plus 9, so they have to accept 3rd place. In this round, defending champion Man City disappointed when Southampton held a 0-0 draw at home. According to statistics, coach Pep Guardiola's team, during the whole match, only launched 1 shot on target. This is really a rare thing in the game of Man City, because they usually have a very good home record and ability to score goals, but that did not exist in this match. The 0-0 draw made the Green Man drop to 5th in the rankings with 10 points after 5 matches. The team at the bottom of the table remains unchanged. Norwich have the 6th loss and are still at the end. Burnley has 1 point right above, followed by Newcastle with 2 points at 18th. Leeds and Wolves have 3 points at 17th and 16th place on the table. Class. After MU vs. West Ham, Ronaldo's class and the problems of the Red Devils. The battle between MU vs. West Ham, dramatic to the last seconds on Upton Park, ended with a close 2-1 victory for Ronaldo and his teammates. So many emotions and special moments happened. MU vs. West Ham, 2-1 goal, Benrahma 31, Ronaldo 35, Lingard 89. West Ham lineup: Fabianski, Zuma, Agbana, Koufal, Rice, Soucek, Cresswell, Fornals, Bowen, Vlasic, Yarmolenko 68, Benrahma. MU, De Gea, Wan-Bissaka, Varenig, Maguire, Shot, McTominay, Fred, Matic 87, Greenwood, Lingard 72, Fernandes, Pogba, Sancho 72, Ronaldo. MU won super dramatic on West Ham Field. Ronaldo scored, Lingard scored in the 89th minute, but it was thanks to De Gea's excellent 11m save in injury time. MU beat West Ham 2-1. Let's look at MU's problems drawn after Sunday's match. Scott McTominay's well-timed return. As in our pre-match comment, we mentioned that the Scottish midfielder's absence has caused difficulties for the Reds in recent matches. His recovery and training progress is also not very specific, leading to the possibility of playing the field is still open. However, when the name McTominay appeared on the squad announcement of the MU homepage, it made the fans surprised and happy. Only thanks to that, they can see the strongest squad on the field. Having this tall player on the field, MU's midfield became stronger, the dispute was more fierce, leading to the recovery of the ball and also faster on the ball. Kicking the hard edge, Fred is much better, makes fewer mistakes and is more confident in handling the ball. Surely the biggest wish of Coach Solskjaer at this time is that the student will be healthy to strengthen the midfield. The game is open, the right choice of Solskjaer. In many guest matches, even when meeting the bottom-door teams, the Norwegian captain still maintains a slow, steady kick and even looks forward to the counter-attack. And many times that backfired, when the opponent noticed MU's lack of initiative and if the organization was good enough, they would boldly give up to take advantage, making MU difficult, even deadlocked. Confronting West Ham, Solskjaer gave the players a quick rotation of the ball to the top, putting many people for attacks. Of course, the drawback of this option is that the opponent will have space to counterattack. And indeed, that happened a lot, making the match quite open. MU suffered many counterattacks, but in return, they also had land to attack. The most obvious consequence, this is the away game they have attacked the best since the beginning of the season. There is no more deadlock in creating opportunities, even though there have been quite a few clear opportunities. It is worth Solskjaer continue to use this approach. It's risky, but with them having good strikers, it's worth a try. Penalty at the end of the game. David Moyes made a mistake. De Gea became a hero. Substituting just to kick penalty in the official time period is rare, usually only to prepare for the penalty shootout gunfight. But Moyes boldly did it. Although he is West Ham's penalty expert, Noble has to do it when he has no feeling for the ball, no rhythm of the game. The first touch of the ball was also a pen shot, so he chose a careful swing to avoid going out. And partly thanks to that, De Gea accurately judged the direction of the ball and the ball did not go too strong. The Spaniard, who is known for his reflexes, was able to push his arm away. A save is like a goal, causing many Red Devils fans to scream with joy. Ronaldo and Bruno have found each other. The Portuguese superstar continued to shine with the third consecutive match to put his name on the scoreboard. He was still there at the right time when the team needed him the most. and it is impossible not to mention his compatriot, Bruno Fernandes. He was the one who contributed to bringing Ronaldo back to Old Trafford and now continues to be the guarantor for his seniors' scoring opportunities. In the last two matches, Ronaldo is still running smart, as always, and Bruno has grasped the trajectory of this striker. He created many balls, with very good drop points for CR7. And Ronaldo's last two goals, against Young Boys and West Ham, were controlled by Bruno. This harmonious combination has quelled concerns about the presence of CR7 adversely affecting Bruno's role and kicking style. They have done very well, and the future promises to create many such goals. Lingard and his return to Upton Park are too emotional. The midfielder born in 1992 still shines in a match at West Ham's Field, but this time as an opponent. His high performance in the second half of last season has earned Lingard affection from the Hammers fans, even though he is only a short-term loan deal. When he entered the field from the bench, he still received applause from the stands. However, not long after, it was he who silenced them because of the decisive goal. Professionalism forced him to do it. Lingard also realized what was happening, so even though he was a savior for MU, he decided not to celebrate the goal, to show respect to his old team. MU took advantage of the set situation quite badly. No less than 10 corners, but not once did they cause danger from the aerial phase, let alone the goal. MU has many good players, like Maguire, Ronaldo, Varane, Pogba, McTominay. But the way they deploy fixed situations is currently too predictable, lacking the flexibility to move to disturb the opponent's defense. Solskjaer clearly needs to improve at this stage, so as not to waste the aforementioned good aerial players. In a league like the Premier League, taking advantage of corners and free kicks to create chances and goals is a default for all teams. Solskjaer, everyone thought I was going to lose my job. Coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer did not want to talk in advance about Man United's chances of winning the 2021/22 Premier League title and jokingly talked about his future after the dramatic win over West Ham. In the match, MU beat West Ham 2-1. With this victory, Coach Solskjaer's team currently has 13 points and is in the top 3 of the Premier League 2021/22. Thanks to that, many Red Devils fans began to think about the club's ability to win the Premier League title after many years of waiting. However, Solskjaer kept his cool and reminded reporters that his future was even questioned a few days ago. "You can't force me to do that right now. It's only been 5 rounds. I could have been sacked yesterday." That's what's happening at MU. We took the 3 points we deserved against West Ham. This is not an easy destination. Hopefully this victory will bring a boost to the road ahead. Let's see how the championship race ends in April and May next year. Besides, Solskjaer also admitted that Man United need to improve more, especially after his team conceded a goal after a shot hit said Benrahma's Varane in the 30th minute. "We have to defend well." Man United had to be more solid so that the opponents couldn't break our defense. In their goal, MU's defensive structure was exposed. For whatever reason, they were wrong. I will have to improve that. Earlier, Man United coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer rejected the criticism of former centre-back Rio Ferdinand about Cristiano Ronaldo standing on the touchline shouting during the young boys' match in the Champions League. Rio Ferdinand, as you know, doubles. When he was commenting on things he didn't really know. In that situation, when Ronaldo and Bruno Fernandes were both close to the post, the referee should have booked young boys Christopher Martins as he pulled. Fall, Nemanja Bruno Fernandes and Cristiano Ronaldo are disgruntled and are both ready to fight for it, claiming rights for teammates and the club. They stood up and expressed their frustration with the referee. Then they both sat down. We all know only a few people are allowed in this position. It was me or the assistants, Michael Carrick, Mick Phelan, or Kieran McKenna. I myself don't feel bothered by this. Remember a few days ago in the match Man United lost against Young Boys in the opening match of the Champions League Group Stage 2021/22. Former player Rio Ferdinand affirmed that coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer should tell Cristiano Ronaldo to sit still on the bench after was withdrawn. If I were the coach, to be honest, I would tell Ronaldo to sit down. Agreeing with Ferdinand's view, former striker Peter Crouch continued, if I were a player on the bench, I would also tell Ronaldo to sit down. But he is Ronaldo, so we let him do it. CR7 confidently won the title with MU. After a dramatic victory over West Ham in the fifth round of the Premier League, Portuguese superstar Cristiano Ronaldo has confirmed his determination with the Red Devils to win the title this season. Accordingly, since returning to Man United last summer, Ronaldo is showing his impressive form with 4 goals in 3 appearances for the Red Devils. In the last match against West Ham, CR7 also had a goal to contribute to Man United's 2-1 upstream victory. After the match, the Portuguese superstar once again affirmed his determination and his teammates will win the title this season. Every game in the Premier League is always a tough battle for 3 points. Today's match is an example of the obstacles we may face on the way to the title. We must keep believing in our goal. Together. Strong. Concentrate. Come on, Red Devils, Ronaldo shared on his personal page. Not only that, with the goal obtained in the match against West Ham, Ronaldo entered the history of football old continent when he officially surpassed Zlatan Ibrahimovic to become a goalscorer in 66 different stadiums in 5 Europe's Premier National Championship. Chelsea beat Tottenham, thanks to Tuchel's sublime 15 minutes. Chelsea have climbed to the top of the Premier League table after an impressive victory over Tottenham. A victory where Chelsea showed their full fearsome power. The highlight match of Round 5 of the English Premier League, London Derby, and Super Sunday between Chelsea and Tottenham ended in a way that could not be more surprising. The Blues with absolute strength beat Spurs with a score of 3-0. Thomas Tuchel continued to make the fans take off their hats when there was a 15-minute break that made a difference. As for Nuno Santo, although he was excited in the first half, He had to sigh in frustration because he followed all the calculations of his colleague on the other side of the line. It seems that Chelsea and Thomas Tuchel have researched Tottenham and even Man City very carefully. The reason for saying so is because Man City also marched to Tottenham's field and ended up losing clothes because of an annoying Spurs. When Tottenham announced the starting lineup, the presence of Son Heung-min and Harry Kane at the same time on the attack made many people express their concern with the Blues. Theoretically, these are two of Tottenham's best strikers right now. They really are a scary duet when it comes to finding and creating a connection. Not to mention the current coach leading the Rooster is Nuno Espírito Santo, another Portuguese coach who is also loyal and impressed with the defensive philosophy of counter-attack that used to be a headache for many big players in his time. Lead, Wolves. Chelsea had a 3-0 victory over Tottenham. Compared to the match against Man City in the first round, it is clear that the way Tottenham approach the game and deploy the game has a few changes. Still a tight system structured by a solid defense, but Nuno Santo directed the pressing game from the start up the Blues midfield. The central midfield duo possessing a skill set in favor of defending and pulling the ball and pressing well, Ndombele and Højbjerg are used in the middle of the field. Two other midfielders who are also particularly mobile in this regard, Lo Celso and Dele Alli, are also used. Harry Kane plays back as a number 10 to make the ball, supporting Son Heung-min and also ready to jump up when needed. Although it was pressing from the beginning, but Spurs did not put all their efforts to preempt Chelsea, but knew how to play in a timely fashion, meaning that sometimes the dispute rose to put pressure on the opponent's side of the field, sometimes sending troops to the field. Pressure in Alonso's area or straight in the middle. It was this that caused Chelsea trouble in the first half, where Ndombele and Højbjerg were stronger than Jorginho and Kovacic in terms of fights and disputes. Not only that, Tottenham's central defender duo in this match, Romero and Eric Dier, also surrounded Lukaku as pictured with the ball. They understand the danger of the Belgian striker and the best way is to isolate him from the rest. That is to ensure that even if Chelsea can escape the press, even if they can break the first line, the ball will not reach Lukaku's feet. Locking Lukaku is the way to bring Chelsea back to the situation last season, finishing poorly and not too good at converting opportunities into goals. Kante is the one who changed this game. Statistics after the first 45 minutes of Chelsea is only 48% of the time to control the ball. The expected goal index is only 0.35 compared to 0.67 of Tottenham. No shots on target and 0 goals. However, after the break, everything suddenly turned 180 degrees. Tuchel launched N'Golo Kante in place of Mount in the minute, and the French midfielder immediately took on the role of game changer. The star wearing the number 7 shirt appeared and helped Chelsea's midfield find a solution to Tottenham's pressing system. With his superb set of defensive, clearing and intercepting skills, Kante almost broke all of Spurs' midfield attacks. Not only that, the duo Kovacic and Jorginho are also more confident in coordinating and holding the game. starting from the very situation that was regained. Chelsea's second goal against Loris also stemmed from a pressure break and counter-attack, where Kent's shot smashed Eric Dier's body and changed direction. After this goal, the end of the match was arranged. The Blues took full control of the situation and then turned Nuno Santos' calculations into a pile of paper when Timo Werner entered the field. The 3-5-2 formation was deployed by Tuchel with the trio of Kovacic, Jorginho, Kanté spread out in the middle of the field. Werner, Lukaku kicked the highest. Spurs officially collapsed after 45 minutes of hope and after 15 minutes of Thomas Tuchel's excellent mid-time. The Ronaldo effect at MU is too terrible. Unlock De Gea, Lingard, raise Fernandes. The Ronaldo effect not only helped a series of stars who seemed to have no place in MU revived, but also raised the pillars. Cristiano Ronaldo is proving that age is just a number, and at the same time smashing all doubts about his ability to sink in the harsh Premier League environment with his excellent performance since returning to MU. Up to this point, the Portuguese superstar has contributed 4 goals in 3 matches in all competitions, including 3 goals/2 matches in the English Premier League. However, Ronaldo's influence is not only reflected in his scoring achievements. Rarely does a player with wet feet and dry feet appear to dare to go to the edge of the line to direct with the head coach, the match MU lost to Young Boys in the Champions League, replace the captain and exhort the players' morale at the meeting. Warm up before each match. In fact, people also recognize a positive change from many MU players, such as David De Gea and Jesse Lingard. In 3 appearances in the Premier League 2021/22, Lingard contributed 2 goals. More importantly, the 28-year-old midfielder only started shooting in Ronaldo's debut, winning Newcastle 4-1, besides the super product that set the score 2-1 against West Ham. For David De Gea, Mark Noble's save from the penalty spot marked the first time in 7 years that the Spaniard won on penalties in the Premier League. The top performances in the past time are more than enough to confirm that De Gea will continue to stand with Ronaldo in the starting lineup, despite Dean Henderson recovering from injury and ready to return. Effect Ronaldo not only helps De Gea and Lingard revive, but also helps pillars like Bruno Fernandes benefit. After the failed Euro 2020 of the Portuguese team, many people were concerned about the possibility that the superstar duo could not find a common voice. However, they proved the opposite. 2/4 of Ronaldo's goals for MU came from the cleaning up phase of Fernandes, in the match against Young Boys, Champions League, and West Ham, although Fernandes was not counted as an assist because Ronaldo took 2 shots to bring him to the goal. Ball into the net. Before Ronaldo arrived, Fernandes had 3 goals in 3 matches, but all 3 goals came in one match, won Leeds 5-1 in round 1 of the Premier League. After Ronaldo arrived, the 27-year-old superstar's achievement was 1 goal, 1 assist, and 1 assist. Missed. Obviously CR7 does not drag Fernandes backward, even contributing to beautify the personal stats of his compatriots. In the near future, coach Solskjaer will wait for Ronaldo to unlock Sancho, raising the level of Greenwood, Rashford, Martial, Only then did MU really become a scary team, capable of challenging any opponent in Europe. Ronaldo was criticized by Ferdinand. Solskjaer suddenly defended CR7's suspicion of encroachment. Coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has just refuted harshly with his former teammate Rio Ferdinand after the great former MU central defender criticized Cristiano Ronaldo for his actions to surpass his teacher in the last match. Although MU was unsuccessful in the Champions League this season when he lost 1-2 against Young Boys on the night of September 14, Vietnam time, the last match in Switzerland also made a big mark of superstar Cristiano Ronaldo. Ronaldo opened the scoring early for MU, but they lost bitterly to Young Boys when they played in this year's Champions League. Even in his first return to the Red Devils shirt after 12 years in the C1 arena, the Portuguese striker scored the opening goal to officially reach a new record with 135 goals at the prestigious playground. Club level, on the day he equaled his 177 match record as his former teammate Iker Casillas. However, in the 72nd minute, Ronaldo was suddenly replaced by coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer to make room for Jesse Lingard. CR7 then refused to sit still on the bench in MU's technical area. Instead, Ronaldo appeared next to the touchline as if directing his teammates. Ronaldo was substituted and then he joined Bruno Fernandes on the pitch to cheer his teammates in MU's reverse defeat in Switzerland. This action of the former Juventus striker has been criticized by his brother and former teammate Rio Ferdinand because he thinks that the star who owns 5 golden balls has overwhelmed coach Solskjaer. Speaking to the press, the famous former England midfielder Rio Ferdinand said, "Honestly, if I were the coach, I would ask them to return to their positions and sit there immediately." However, recently, coach Solskjaer personally responded to Ferdinand and vindicated his student Ronaldo. The Norwegian military leader emphasized that Ronaldo and Bruno Fernandes' reaction to the pitch was understandable when they were upset because teammate Nemanja Matic was pushed by Christopher Martins, but the referee François Ledexier did not withdraw the card. The second goal disqualification of the Dutch midfielder from the Young Boys side. If Martins was sent off at that time, Young Boys would have only 10 players left on the field like MU. Aaron Wan-Bissaka was red-carded, and it is unlikely that the away team would have lost 1-2 in reverse. Again, sometimes Ferdinand, comments on things he doesn't really know well. There should have been another yellow card for him, Christopher Martins, after trying to cut down. Fell, Nemanja. Both Bruno and Cristiano are ready to fight for it. I'd always feel confident when they are by my side. It was just the reaction of the players to the referee. Then both Cristiano and Bruno calmly returned to their seats. We both know only a few people are allowed in this position, directing the players. MU players on the pitch. It's mere assistants, Michael Carrick, Mick Phelan, or Kieran McKenna. So I don't feel bothered by this, Solskjaer countered Ferdinand. Ronaldo has also caused great sympathy with a beautiful action for MU fan. According to the Mirror, yesterday, September 18. The young male fan stood on a road leading to the Carrington training center of the Red Devils to wait for CR7 with a placard in his hand writing the words, "Ronaldo, can you please stop? It's going to be my great weekend." And unexpectedly Ronaldo stopped the car. The 36-year-old striker pulled over to the side of the road and took a picture with this lucky fan and made his wish come true. Losing half of the squad after 5 games, disaster memories flooded back to Liverpool. The Premier League this season is only in the 5th round, but Liverpool have seriously damaged their forces with 5 main players injured. Last weekend, Liverpool had a crunchy 3-0 victory over Crystal Palace at Anfield. However, the Reds did not enjoy the full joy because Thiago joined the ranks of the team's defenders despite having just recovered. The Spaniard was injured and was forced to leave the field in the middle of the second half to make room for Naby Keita. Before Thiago, Liverpool lost Roberto Firmino, hamstring, and Harvey Elliott, dislocated ankle. These are all injuries that take a long time to treat. In addition, Klopp's favorite fullback pair, Andy Robertson and Trent Alexander-Arnold, did not feature in the win against Crystal Palace. Robertson was rested and named on the bench, but Trent was not registered to play because of illness. With the force of chipping quite severe as it is now, bad memories of last season are rushing back into the minds of Liverpool fans. Back to last season, Liverpool also had an impressive start but then fell without stopping when a series of key players in the defense got injured, including Van Dijk, Joe Gomez, Joel Matip, Jordan Henderson, Diogo Jota, and Thiago Alcantara. In total, the Reds suffered 54 injuries in the 2020-21 Premier League, the most in the league. The Anfield team also had the highest total number of days lost due to injury, 1,722 days. The loss of the force was so great that Liverpool fell into the title scene last season. Fortunately for Klopp, at the end, they were in impressive form and finished in the top 4 to win tickets to the Champions League. According to many experts, Klopp's play is part of the reason why Liverpool's players are prone to injuries. When he was still leading Dortmund, Klopp also helped this team to the top of the Bundesliga but then fell without stopping. Sir Alex Ferguson prophesied Messi will be the bomb of PSG. The statements of Sir Alex 6 years ago have come true when talking about Ronaldo and Messi. People often talk about who is the best player in the world. And many people have said it quite right when pointing to Messi. That is completely undeniable. However, Ronaldo can play for those small teams like Millwall, Queen's Park Rangers, Doncaster Rovers, any team and score a hat-trick in one game, but I'm not sure Messi can do the same at a club other than Barca. I think Messi is a player that belongs to Barcelona, you know what I mean, Sir Alex Ferguson replied when asked about the talents of Ronaldo and Messi. Recently, the British press simultaneously repeated these statements of Sir Alex Ferguson in 2015, when the legendary Scottish strategist commented on the talent and ability to score goals of Ronaldo and Messi. Accordingly, the former MU coach does not deny Messi's excellence, but he also emphasized that it is difficult for the Argentine superstar to shine when playing for another team after leaving Barca. On the contrary, Ronaldo will be able to play well in any team in the world. It has been 6 years after Sir Alex's comments about the two top football stars in the world. Now it is becoming a reality. Both Messi and Ronaldo have had new teams this season, but the performance of these two superstars is opposite. Together playing 3 matches for new teams, MU and PSG, but Ronaldo has scored 4 goals and Messi is just 0. Ronaldo's brilliant performance on his second debut. Ronaldo will become the next manager of MU. The Portuguese superstar was allowed to return to Old Trafford after 12 years for a reason, and the next step will be to sit in the hot seat of MU. Former player Tim Sherwood has just made a bold statement. Cristiano Ronaldo's next plan, after returning home, will be to become a coach of the Red Devils. Ronaldo caught the eye and showed his leadership qualities, walking around a number of teammates, including Bruno Fernandes and Paul Pogba, to say something, while MU warmed up before the match they won against West Ham 2-1 is full of drama. Commenting on the match on SuperSport, Tim Sherwood affirmed that Ronaldo will become the next coach of the Red Devils. Ronaldo returned to MU for a reason. He is a leader on the field. CR7 will definitely become the next coach of MU. Former Red Devil striker Michael Owen also does not rule out that Ronaldo will follow the military career after hanging up his boots. I can see Ronaldo becoming a coach one day and not ruling out leading MU. Is it possible for Ronaldo to become a coach and even sit in the hot seat of MU after retiring? The Portuguese superstar's plan is to attend the 2022 World Cup finals at the end of next year, as well as the ability to play football until the age of 40. In a statement in 2019, Ronaldo once said he did not intend to follow the military career after hanging up his boots. However, he also loose added, "I am not interested in becoming a coach right now. But maybe one day it gets boring and I like it again. Never say never. If I become a coach, I will be a motivator. The coach has to pass on his passion and talent to the team." The English Premier League gave up pride, rolling out the red carpet to welcome foreign referees. Always proud to be the birthplace of many top European and international referees, the English football village, however, has opened its doors to welcome foreign Black Kings to run the Premier League's top football tournament. Named among the 10 most famous football referees of all time, the two Black Kings of British nationality, Mark Clattenburg and Howard Webb, are the pride of the village. Former police sergeant Howard Webb was the first referee to be given the responsibility of directing both the Champions League final and the World Cup final in the same 2010, a rare honor in the football world. 6 years later, it was Mark Clattenburg's turn to be in charge of the Champions League final and the Euro final. He also caught the men's football final at the 2012 London Olympics at home. In 2017, in the midst of the highest prestige and performance, Mark Clattenburg suddenly moved to the Middle East, taking the position of head of refereeing committee of the Saudi Arabian Football Federation, replacing his predecessor Howard Webb. Although there are still many scandals in the management of matches due to different levels of competence, English referees are generally still trusted at major UEFA and FIFA tournaments, despite a period of deep crisis. No English king in black was invited to work at the 2018 World Cup finals. The pride and lofty pride of British referees made people feel surprised when the British Professional Football Referees Association, PGMOL, decided to open the door to welcome foreign referees. On September 25, Australian referee Jared Gillett will control the match between Watford and Newcastle in the 6th round of the English Premier League. If nothing changes at the last minute, Jared Gillett will become the first foreign referee on duty in England's top football league. Mr. Jared Gillett has been one of the most highly regarded referees since starting work in the A-League season 2010 to 2011. In 9 years of working with the Australian Professional Football League, this 34-year-old referee has started 154 matches and won the title of Best Referee 5 times. In addition to the matches in Australia, Mr. Jared Gillett also served in professional football leagues Chinese Super League, China, Saudi Professional League, Saudi Arabia, and Indian Super League, India. Jared Gillett moved to Liverpool in 2019 to work as a doctoral student at John Moores University in cerebral palsy. Jared Gillett's side-job football referee also improved significantly when he was assigned to manage League One, League Two, and Championship matches for the period of 2019 to 2021, joined the VAR team and was rated as the best player in the world. An expert on the technology to assist this arbitration. Jared Gillett is one of 5 championship referees interviewed by PGMOL to promote to control Premier League matches for the 2021 to 2022 season. Also nominated with Jared Gillett are colleagues Tony Harrington, John Brooks, Michael Salisbury, and Keith Stroud, all FIFA-class referees. One of PGMOL's veteran referees, Lee Mason, officially retired at the beginning of September. As a result, PGMOL President Mike Riley will have to appoint qualified and morally qualified referees to generate resources, instead of replace. Most recently, referee Martin Atkinson was assessed to have omitted 2 penalties for Man United in the match against West Ham when Ronaldo had 3 fouls by the home defenders. Referee Stuart Atwell and the VAR team also missed a serious error in the Brighton-Leicester match when giving Brighton a penalty from a situation where the ball touched Jan-Nick Vestergaard's hand but ignored the situation where Neil Maupay collided with Vestergaard, causing him lost balance and, while struggling, waved his arms. Chelsea go strong. Thomas Tuchel's miracle. Chelsea lead the Premier League after 5 rounds, with a powerful and flexible team built by coach Thomas Tuchel. The Blues scene from the London Derby. Last weekend, in the London Derby on Tottenham's Field, Chelsea entered the game with the home team overwhelming in terms of attack. In the early game, Chelsea was under great pressure from Tottenham's attacking situations, making Kapot, who replaced Mendy injured, to work hard. That can be seen as a challenge to Chelsea's bravery in defense. The strength in defense the fulcrum that brought Chelsea to the Champions League 2020-21, was effectively promoted, making Tottenham helpless in finding goals. The Blues made the opponent impatient in the first half when they sealed Kepa's goal. After the break is another image that coach Thomas Tuchel brings. After the break was another Chelsea, with the arrival of N'Golo Kante after recovering from injury. The one-way match took place in the London Derby. Chelsea's players scored 3 goals in the second half, thanks to goals from Thiago Silva, Kante, and Antonio Rudiger. Tottenham started the season very well with new coach Nuno Santo. They once defeated defending champion Man City impressively. But Spurs were powerless before Chelsea's diverse play, which was Kante's trigger. At Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Chelsea performed a football that was superior in class to its opponents. Chelsea's diversity. Last season, when taking over the crisis team from Frank Lampard, coach Tuchel focused on improving the defense. Tuchel is the type of coach passionate about attacking football, but he changed to turn Chelsea into a solid wall. Limit the number of goals to the maximum to serve as the basis for counter-attacks leading to victory. During the summer break, coach Tuchel made adjustments to increase ball control and attack. When the new season started, the German strategist got 2 important additions: Romelu Lukaku and Saul Niguez. Lukaku made his debut very well and quickly made an impact on the system in which Chelsea operated. Saul needs more time to adapt to Tuchel's system and the English football environment. Compared to last season, Chelsea became stronger and more diverse in attack. From the solid defensive foundation, combined with Kante's dynamism, Jorginho's accuracy in ball coordination, Lukaku's strength helps Chelsea to penetrate any defense. The schedule of 5 rounds through the Chelsea door is very heavy, with rivals Arsenal, Liverpool, and Tottenham. Topping the Premier League is no more demanding result. There have been 10 different players scoring for the Blues, especially goals from defense. No team in the Premier League can match this diversity, including Man City, which has always been praised for its versatility in attack. This weekend is a battle with Man City and Chelsea, by Thomas Tuchel confidently asserting his position. Without Messi, Barca lost their identity. Tiki-taka gradually died out. Barcelona had just had 90 minutes of struggle against weak opponent Granada, and it was thanks to Ronald Araujo's late goal at the last minute that the Nou Camp team could hold on to 1 point. Coach Ronald Koeman used a strange 3 central defender scheme and performed a football far different from Barca before. Statistics in the last 1-1 draw showed that the Catalan team made 54 crosses in the whole game, the most since November 2016. After the match, the Spanish press commented that Barca had lost its identity and the legendary tiki-taka style was gradually dying. Barca's last Champions League championship took place 6 years ago. At that time, tiki-taka was no longer heavy, as it was before there was a very long successful era. Therefore, The opponents have tried their best to study to overcome this style of football, and force Barca to change more or less. Since 2015, tiki-taka under coach Luis Enrique has been operated without the original version. Enrique removed the coordination stages in the home field. The source of the ball always came from the goalkeeper position. Instead, defenders were asked to quickly bring the ball to the top, where there was the appearance of the best attacking trio in world football at that time: Messi, Neymar, Suarez. At that time, the tiki-taka style was still partly deployed by these players. By the time of Ernesto Valverde, Enrique's successor, tiki-taka was truly transformed. No longer a short combination situation on attack, Valverde advocates speeding up the game, playing directly, and taking advantage of counter-attacks. Day by day, tiki-taka gradually disappeared, faster than when Luis Suarez was sold by Barca to bring in Griezmann, a player born to defend and counter-attack. Koeman came to take over at Barca during the transition between generations. The challenge was even greater when he had not yet started working. The number one star Lionel Messi passed away in the surprise of the whole world. In the turmoil, the Dutch strategist fiddled with new tests. With no super technical skills in the squad, Koeman had to find a new tactic to match the current staff. Crossing, heading is the option of choice, because this is the fastest and simplest way to get close to the opponent's goal. But in a major tournament like La Liga, more than that is the caution of the teams every time they have to face the king of the bullring country. There are many reasons why Barca cannot play football according to what they want. Pre-planned. Koeman is really stuck, despite the fact that he is not a bad coach. Koeman has great merit in raising young talents like Pedri, Frenkie de Jong, as the claims will bring Barca's future. But for the die-hard fans, what they need today is the victory, the identity needed by a big team, even though they know it will no longer be tiki-taka. Premier League referee got it wrong when he didn't blow 11M for Ronaldo. The Premier League referees have reprimanded Mr. Atkinson for the wrong decisions in the match between Man United and West Ham, including not blowing 2 penalties in situations where Ronaldo fell in the penalty area. Man United's 2-1 comeback against West Ham in the 5th round of the Premier League last weekend brought a lot of emotions. Not only Ronaldo and Lingard scored, De Gea also saved the penalty kick of expert 11M Mark Noble in injury time to help the Red Devils win all 3 points. In particular, one of the biggest controversial highlights of this match was that Ronaldo had 3 falls in the West Ham penalty area, but the referee did not blow the penalty. All 3 of the above falls came in the last 15 minutes of the game, 2 of which took place when the score was still 1-1 and the Red Devils were somewhat deadlocked. In the 77th minute, Cristiano Ronaldo faced a duel with Vladimir Koupal in the left position in the penalty area. Ronaldo pushed the ball away but bumped into Koupal and fell to the field. 8 minutes later, Ronaldo once again fell in the West Ham penalty area. CR7 slipped between defender Angelo Ogbonna and defender Aaron Cresswell. According to CCTV, Cresswell pulled his hand to Ronaldo, but the referee still waved his hand, making Ronaldo angry. In the 90+1 minute, Kurt Zouma cut the ball down Ronaldo in the area of 16m50 and was still told by the referee no. After the match, referee Atkinson received countless criticisms from Red Devils fans, even from football commentators or experts. Many people think that this referee is a coward when making decisions that are safer for the game than professional. On the contrary, many people also agree with his judgment. However, in the weekly professional meeting after each round of the recent Premier League referees, the referees, after carefully reviewing the match between Man United and West Ham, came to the conclusion that the Red Devils should have received 2 penalties in situations where Ronaldo was fouled in the 77th and 90+1 minutes. Accordingly, the Premier League referees concluded that both situations showed that Coufal and Zouma could not touch the ball and therefore MU should have been penalized in both these situations. However, Ronaldo's remaining foul because a West Ham player pulled his shirt in the second half is said to be unclear. In addition, the referee also confirmed that West Ham should also have been awarded a penalty in the situation that Tomas Soucek was fouled by Aaron Wan-Bissaka. In addition, referee Atkinson was also reprimanded for not reviewing the above controversial ball phases through VAR despite being recommended by the VAR team. Mr. Atkinson was only allowed to appreciate the penalty situation from Luke Shaw's handball. At 1:45 on September 23, Man United continued to face West Ham in the English League Cup. However, because he is playing in both the Champions League and the Premier League, it is likely that coach Solskjaer will only let the Red Devils play with a reserve team with young talents. The secret behind De Gea's great form. Instead of taking a break, goalkeeper David De Gea soon focused back with Man United this summer. This is the secret to helping the Spaniard regain his form, before he miraculously saved an 11m penalty in the 90+5 minute in the 2-1 win over West Ham last night. When last season's Europa League final ended with Villarreal's victory after a penalty shootout with the score of 11-10, goalkeeper De Gea became a criminal. He was the one who took the last shot and missed the meal of Man United. That criminal obsession followed De Gea to the Euro 2020 finals. He was left out of the starting position in the Spanish national team, had to sit on the bench during the whole tournament and watch junior goalkeeper Unai Simon shine. Shining. Perhaps never has the career of the world's most appreciated goalkeeper become so bleak. Not only in the national team shirt, De Gea's future and career at Man United are also threatened. He could lose everything on this setback. In fact, De Gea received warnings from Man United last season, when coach Solskjaer gave many opportunities to young goalkeeper Dean Henderson, even making 26 appearances in all competitions. That is, the goalkeeper who is about to turn 31 can be pushed aside at any time, if he continues to decline. Then, the failures and especially the prospect of losing his place above may have made De Gea wake up, helping the goalkeeper who often fell asleep in this recent glory to regain his motivation to strive. And fortunately, De Gea soon reasserted himself. Less than 4 months after playing the villain in the defeat to Villarreal, he became a hero, also on the penalty spot. Last night, during the visit of West Ham in the 5th round of the Premier League, De Gea brilliantly saved the 11m shot of veteran midfielder Mark Noble in the 90+5 minute, thereby successfully defending the victory 2-1 for the Red Devils. David is about being a different man. He asked to be refocused soon to prepare for the new season. He has been training and playing very hard ever since. And now David has won back 2 points for us today, Coach Solskjaer praised the keeper with whom he was very patient. De Gea should have made up for the rest of the summer, due to the Spain national team attending Euro 2020. However, he is one of the earliest players to focus on Man United in the campaign to prepare for the new season. Last summer. Then, De Gea's efforts and determination were soon recognized and rewarded. His excellent form has contributed to making Man United unbeaten in all of the first 5 rounds of the Premier League this season, with 4 wins and 1 draw, thereby sharing the top spot with Chelsea and Liverpool. Making a super product, Jesse Lingard was rewarded with the main kick against West Ham. Jesse Lingard has been rewarded by coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer with a starting position in Man United's attack against West Ham in the Carabao Cup. Coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has recently confirmed that he is about to give his student Jesse Lingard a reward after his impressive performance last weekend. Accordingly, the Norwegian coach is expected to rank Jesse Lingard as the main kick when Man United face West Ham at 1:45 a.m. on Thursday, September 23, 2021. Jesse Lingard had a great game against West Ham, and he proved he deserves a chance to start against West Ham. Our lineup will have changes. Jesse Lingard is about to have a chance to start against West Ham. The last goal was Jesse Lingard's confirmation that he is ready for the battle for position. He wants to fight for his place in the starting 11. Jesse wants to be an important part of the club. I cannot speak for Jesse, but he is contributing a lot to Man United, said coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. Man United is about to reunite with West Ham in the 3rd round of the Carabao Cup. In the match against West Ham in the Premier League on Sunday, Jesse Lingard shone with a goal in the 89th minute to help the Reds win all 3 points. Why does Ronaldo shine, and Messi is stuck in a new team? There are also cold transfer deals in the summer of 2021, but while Ronaldo is flourishing with Man United, Messi shows opposite performance at PSG. More than a decade has passed since the time when the great race named Cristiano Ronaldo, Lionel Messi began. The two are still constantly competing for the top, even though they are on the other side of the career slope. The summer of 2021 witnessed one of the most dramatic transfer periods in history, when both Messi and Ronaldo had new landings. When Messi signed with PSG, it seemed to be the best deal, until Ronaldo decided to return to Man United. However, the start of both at the new club is very different. If Ronaldo is the leader of Man United, Messi fades away at PSG. Ronaldo makes his mark. When a veteran returns to his old club at the age of 36, it's hard to expect the player to be able to make the same professional impact as he did in his prime 5 months ago. However, Ronaldo is not an ordinary player, so normal standards cannot be applied to evaluate. Ronaldo is playing as if he has never left Man United in 12 years. The first 3 matches since returning to the Red Devils, Ronaldo all scored. It is Ronaldo, the player who scored 36 goals in 44 games for Juventus last season. At the age of 36, Ronaldo is still at a very high level. Few people doubt that Ronaldo will struggle in a Man United shirt. In fact, just 3 games, Ronaldo has imposed influence on the play of the whole team. It was CR7 who made the difference in the types of matches that last season, Man United had to work very hard to win. In the match against Newcastle, Ronaldo scored the opening goal. When the opponents scored the equalizer, the 36-year-old striker immediately scored a second, helping Man United re-establish the lead. In the match against Young Boys in the Champions League, Ronaldo also took only 13 minutes to score. In the match against West Ham, Ronaldo completed the 4th goal for the Red Devils after only 3 games with a close-range ball. Ronaldo is no longer the skillful, technical winger he was when he left Man United 12 years ago. CR7 became a worthy goalscorer in the penalty area thanks to his keen hearing and extremely rich experience. If he maintains his form, Ronaldo can help Man United create a highlight in a difficult prediction race with Chelsea, Liverpool, and Manchester City for the championship title. However, the Ronaldo effect is more than just expertise. The presence of CR7 alone has changed the view of his teammates at Man United on basic issues such as nutrition and training. Many players are curious about how Ronaldo has managed to keep his form high at the age of 36, thus yearning to follow CR7's professionalism. None of the players have dessert for dinner after they see Ronaldo eat quinoa, avocado, and some hard-boiled eggs, said reserve goalkeeper Lee Grant. It is a positive effect, which Man United only had to spend €23 million in 5 years to own. Messi is lost. If Ronaldo burns on the day of his return to Man United, Messi seems sluggish at PSG. He does not often start, only has 3 matches from August to now, was just substituted in the match against Lyon. For the first time in 12 years, Messi was withdrawn mid-match for tactical reasons. Honestly, Messi doesn't want to leave Barca. Financial problems are a barrier that prevents both of them from signing a new contract. Maybe, Messi did not have enough time to think before coming to PSG. However, it is impossible to explain Messi's difficulty at PSG with the above reasons. He was able to play with Kylian Mbappé and Neymar, being part of the dream team that the Qatari owners worked hard to build. The current PSG squad is considered better than Barca. Messi didn't have a good start. If Ronaldo starts the day again, Messi will only make his PSG debut from the bench. In the match against Club Brugge, Messi started, side by side with Neymar and Mbappé. However, the Argentine superstar has struggled to make an impact. Despite being stronger than the opponent, PSG only had a 1-1 draw. The disappointment was increased by another step in the match against Lyon, when Messi was withdrawn from the field in the 76th minute, when PSG were in need of a goal. After leaving the pitch, Messi stared at Mauricio Pochettino, with body language indicating he could not understand the head coach's decision. Messi sadly sat on the bench. When Mauro Icardi scored the decisive goal in the 93rd minute, it took Messi a few seconds to get up from his seat and reluctantly clap his hands in celebration. For a player as passionate and aspirational as Messi, that is clearly an unusual reaction. Compared to the lackluster performance against Brugge, Messi played better in the match against Lyon. The Argentine superstar shot a free kick to hit the connection between the crossbar and the post, and made goalkeeper Anthony Lopez save in the face-to-face phase in the first half. But that's not enough. Messi is expected to immediately shine in League One, a league that is much less appreciated than the English Premier League, La Liga, or Serie A. Of course, Ronaldo has more favorable conditions than Messi to shine. With CR7, Man Utd is a familiar home. As for Messi, PSG and Paris are still strange places. For a fairer comparison, compare Messi's debut at PSG with Ronaldo's at Juventus in 2018. After joining the Bayern Canary for €100 million, Ronaldo was empty in the first 3 matches in Serie A, sent off in the first match of the Champions League. That season, Ronaldo only scored 21 goals. But Ronaldo eventually settled in and scored 31 and 29 goals respectively over the next 2 seasons. Messi will sooner or later make an impact at PSG, but for now, the 34-year-old superstar is temporarily behind his rival in the race this season. Vernier reveals why Pogba will regret leaving MU. The French midfielder joined MU after talking with Paul Pogba, and now Raphael Varane advises his national teammates to stay at Old Trafford. Paul Pogba is in the final year of his contract with MU, but has yet to sign an extension, increasing speculation the 28-year-old midfielder wants to leave for free at the end of the season. In the latest statement about his client's future, big stork Mino Raiola played the blind fire trick when he did not exclude Pogba returning to Juventus. However, the old lady side has denied any interest in re-signing the French midfielder at the moment. Barca and Real Madrid are also said to be waiting to sign the world champion, in which PSG was even allowed to lay the brick first. However, Pogba has recently shown he is enjoying playing with MU, starting the season very well with 7 assists, equal to his 2 previous seasons combined. The midfielder himself also confirmed that he is happy at Old Trafford with the ambition to conquer the title with the Red Devils this season. The NU side was announced to be ready to offer a huge salary of £400,000/week to convince Paul Pogba to sign a new one. coach Solskjaer hopes MU players with Ronaldo, Varane, Bruno Fernandes will help the Red Devils keep Pogba. Varane and Pogba are teammates in the French team, so before nodding MU, the former Real Madrid midfielder called to talk to Pogba. Now, Varane does the same, expressing his desire for Pogba to stay at the Red Devils. Of course, it is Paul Pogba's own decision, but I hope he will stay at MU for a long time. Pogba is a talented star, so I hope he stays. The 28-year-old midfielder pointed out why Pogba should stay. Honestly, I believe this MU squad has the quality and skills to fight for the title, in both the Champions League and Premier League fronts. What we need is to create cohesion and collective strength. MU has all the potential and all the necessary elements to win everything. Revealing who persuaded Varane to come to MU. Raphael Varane himself revealed that conversations with manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer convinced him to move to Manchester United. French World Cup winner Raphael Varane ended a decade of playing for Real Madrid to move to Manchester United in the last transfer window. The 28-year-old centre-back completed a £34 million transfer and immediately became a key player in manager Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's squad at Old Trafford. Varane enters the final year of his contract with Real Madrid, and he does not want to extend it further. That is why it is easier for MU to get this world-class midfielder. Since arriving in the Theatre of Dreams, Varane has started in the Premier League against Wolves, Newcastle, and West Ham, as well as appearing in the second half of MU's 1-2 loss to Young Boys in the Champions League. The Frenchman has established a partnership with captain Harry Maguire at the heart of the MU defence. In an interview yesterday, September 20th, at local time, Varane confirmed that his talk with coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer about a big project at MU convinced him to come to England to play football. Varane explained on TV, too. Norway coach Solskjaer shared with me about Manchester United's plans and ambitions. He also talked about his experience as a Manchester United player and how things go for me considering what the team wants to achieve. The talk was mainly about the happy moments after MU won something. Solskjaer has talked a lot and for a long time about what this team is capable of and what we have to do to be winners. The defender also confirmed that he met legendary MU coach Sir Alex Ferguson a decade ago when he was still playing for French club Lens. MU wanted to sign Varane at that time. Even Sir Alex personally met Varane and his family, but in the end Real Madrid beat MU in getting Varane's signature. Varane confirmed, "It is true that my family and I have met Sir Alex Ferguson. It was a great experience for me. But nothing happened and in the end Real Madrid stepped in. Then you know the rest of the story. I had a great time in Madrid. I thought maybe it was my destiny to go there. I am very happy to have spent 10 wonderful years at Real Madrid." Varane then went on to explain his motivation for leaving the Spanish capital club after 10 years, where he helped Los Blancos win 3 La Liga titles and 4 Champions League titles. Varane continued, "I think I need a new challenge and want to experience the Premier League environment. Manchester United is a club with a long history and they want to get back to the top. That was the challenge that tempted me. Manchester United is like a family. In here to do my best and help the team. Meanwhile, Varana's teammate at the club and the French team, Paul Pogba, has less than a year left on his contract with MU and has not yet renewed. Varane also shared about Pogba's future at Old Trafford. Varane added, "Of course, Paul Pogba's future is up to him. But of course, I hope Pogba stays at Manchester United for a long time. Pogba is a great player. So I hope that he will stay with the team." Shockingly, revealed the reason Atletico Madrid refused to recruit Ronaldo. Atletico Madrid are said to have turned down the opportunity to sign Cristiano Ronaldo in the summer 2021 transfer window. The reason why the reigning La Liga champion refused to recruit the star then was still on the Juventus payroll because he was afraid that the fans would react. Ronaldo's agent, Jorge Mendes, once asked Diego Simeone's team to recruit the Portuguese star, Sport has just revealed, but Atletico Madrid refused due to concerns about overreaction from the fans because Ronaldo is a legend of rival team, Real Madrid. Refusing to recruit the 36-year-old superstar, the La Liga representative borrowed Barcelona's former Antoine Griezmann. Meanwhile, the owner of 5 golden balls has returned to the old roof of Old Trafford and immediately shines brightly. Ronaldo has shone brightly when he returned to England, scoring 4 goals in 3 games under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, continued Sport, and Atletico Madrid may have to regret it, because Antoine Griezmann has contributed nothing, on the contrary, and was booed by the home fans. Ronaldo just scored in the match Man United beat West Ham 2-1 in the 5th round of the English Premier League at London Stadium on September 19. The former Juventus player expressed his joy with the result of that match with a post on Instagram. "Every game in the Premier League we always have to play hard to get 3 points, said Ronaldo excitedly. "Today we have seen the breaking points of all barriers that will be encountered on the journey. But all need to be steady towards the set goals. Unite. Power. Concentrate. Come on, Red Devil." Victory over West Ham helps Solskjaer's army own 13 points, equal to Chelsea and Liverpool, but behind because of the poor goal difference.
Harry Kane is down because of mistake. After 5 rounds of the Premier League this season, Harry Kane has only made 4 hits, even if another than Manchester United Harry Maguire. Before Cristiano Ronaldo cut to on the limelight, Harry Kane was the man who kept the British media busy. From the controversy performance at Euro 2020, the EVOLT that dropped out of the training section to the sad fact that he was forced to stay at Tottenham, can always make the press stand still for a long time. Thought of this had return to this 28 year old striker, when he finally appeared in Tottenham's starting line-up, a new storm arose related to Kane's goal in the Premier League. Lick and wood is the fact that he almost knowledge those the instincts of a striker. Can forgot how to finish. Harry Kane was the Premier League top scorer last season. The ALSO led the list of players who would the most in the 2020-21 season, with a total of 134 hits on target. The average form in the last season is the premise for Canton dream of playing Tottenham and joining a bigger team. 10. We all know that can transfer to Man City cannot take place. It is not clear if it is due to that the logical shock or not, but until the 5th round of the Premier League, can has not shown an equality of the top striker. However, in his performance is win back clarified through the following statistics. was kicked out of the League Cup. John the Wick Cup OEF Tower MU lost to West Ham 0-1 at home and was eliminated from the round of the League Cup. A warning to John the about his ambition to win glory. When pre-season become a luxury, a total of 28 were made by MU players, with 6 accurate hits but could not beat one keeper là. On the other side, Henderson xếp 2 độ F3 that hit the target of the away team. That is the scenario of the round of the League Cup match at Old Trafford between MU and West Ham. There have been major changes between the two teams compared to last weekend fight in London. Both teams have the better scenario for the next round in the Premier League. After 3 consecutive matches with Cristiano Ronaldo's mark, MU has a different image when the top 2 superstars is outside. Accuracy become a luxury for the Red Devils. Red Shillingwood, the hero in London, along with Gordon Sancho, Juan Mata and Anthony Martial are the quarter chat to be Ole Gunnar Solskjaer to score one. However, they did not show much ineffective processing facets, many red unjan move to add-on a last performance. Martial continue the image of a clumsy man who lacks enthusiasm but has a high ego. Gordon Sancho is wearing a shirt that is too big and doesn't know how to act. League Cup is not an arena that is prioritized by MU.
MU will kill Solskjaer if he is eliminated early in the C1 Cup. Coach Solskjaer was announced to lose his job at Old Trafford if MU was shocked at the Champions League playground. A source from Express said that Solskjaer's future at MU is now safe, but the situation can be reversed once the Red Devils played badly in the European arena. More specifically, Solskjaer will be fired if MU does not pass the Champions League group stage. MU had the opening match to lose 1-2 opponents under Young Boys, Switzerland. The achievement in the C1 Cup to lose 7 of Solskjaer's 11 matches leading MU made many people worried. But with a strongly supplemented squad, with the return of Ronaldo, adding Jadon Sancho, a top-class midfielder Rafael Varane, the minimum requirement that MU must take the ticket to continue is natural, especially when they are in the same group. Besides Young Boys are Villarreal and Atlanta. MU will recreate last season's Europa League final, with Villarreal welcome next week. They need to win to overcome the sadness of losing and missing the trophy in May as well as relieve psychological pressure. Solskjaer was emphasized by the British media in his filing that he has not won a trophy since the Norwegian Cup with Molde in 2013. He is spending 3 seasons with the Red Devils, has built the squad, but all will be meaningless if the title does not come. That is why Solskjaer is still among the first group of managers in the Premier League to be fired by the bookmaker this season. Klopp updates on Liverpool's crisis situation. Coach Jurgen Klopp has provided an update on the situation of Liverpool's force with 6 players having health problems before the match against Brentford in the Premier League. Today, September 24, Coach Jurgen Klopp informed about the situation of Liverpool's forces before the confrontation with Brentford in the Premier League this weekend. Liverpool is in a state of crisis with 6 players having different health problems, such as injury, fitness, and illness. Liverpool's squad is not as thick as other strong opponents, so that is a concern for the COT fans. Liverpool have won 13 of the maximum 15 points after 5 rounds of the Premier League this season and share the top of the table with Chelsea. Brentford will be Liverpool's 6th opponent in the past 2 weeks, as Klopp's side face a busy schedule on 3 fronts. In addition to victories in the Premier League and Champions League, the Anfield team has just defeated Norwich City 3-0 at Carrow Road in the 3rd round of the Carabao Cup, League Cup, and entered the 4th round to meet another lightweight team. Is Preston. Of the 6 staff with problems, the German strategist is optimistic that Trent Alexander-Arnold and Roberto Firmino will return to play with Brentford in time. But the victory over the Canary Norwich last time cost Liverpool dearly, with Naby Keita's injury likely to be absent in the next match. The good news for Liverpool is that Alexander-Arnold, Firmino, James Milner, and Nico Williams can all travel to London to face Brentford. Right-back Trent Alexander-Arnold has missed Liverpool's last 2 games due to illness, while Firmino is on his way back to training after injury before a break in favour of the national team at the start of last month. Klopp told reporters, "Trent is not injured, but sick. He went back to training and trained yesterday. He'll be fine. Nico took his first steps yesterday and will practice today. If Nico recovers 100%, we'll see how he can deal with it." James Milner has the same problem as Trent, so he's still recovering. "I've seen James run around here. No one told me otherwise. I think James will return to the episode today. It is not a serious problem, but we have to wait until the pain subsides. We will look into it." Regarding the condition of Brazilian star Roberto Firmino, Klopp added, "Bobby, Firmino's nickname, has been training for the last 2 or 3 days, so he is officially back. Let me put it this way, we're going to use Bobby a little bit as the joke in the Liverpool practice sessions. But Firmino will train normally and then we have to make a decision whether to let him go or not." Porto 100%, but with Brentford, we have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Thiago Alcantara has no chance to attend this weekend, the German strategist confirmed. The former Bayern Munich midfielder has had two impressive performances since moving to Liverpool last summer. First against AC Milan in the Champions League, and then against Crystal Palace, before he limped off again with injuries. At 23:30 tomorrow, September 25th, Liverpool will come to London as a guest before Brentford in round 6 of the Premier League. This is a great opportunity for the Cop to accumulate 3 points and go ahead in the Premier League, because in this round, the two teams with the same points as Liverpool, Chelsea, and Manchester United have met difficult opponents. Chelsea will face Manchester City, and the Red Devils will face Aston Villa. However, Premier League rookie Brentford is not an easy opponent to play. Remember, on the opening day of the Premier League, Brentford made a shock when defeating Arsenal 2-0 and winning Wolves 2-0 at home in the previous round. Brentford has only received one defeat after 5 matches in the Premier League this season and is ranked 9th on the table with 8 points. English Premier League Round 6, Great Battle Chelsea, Man City. The focus of Round 6 of the English Premier League 2021-2022 is the clash between the team leading the rankings Chelsea and the defending champion Man City. Thunderstorm at Stamford Bridge. Chelsea is in very good form when unbeaten in the English Premier League from the beginning of the season, won 4, drawn 1, and leads the rankings with 13 points. The only time they lost points was a 1-1 draw at Liverpool, a match where they had to play without people right from the first half. Chelsea's attack became increasingly terrifying. Besides the addition of Belgian striker Romelu Lukaku, the Stamford Bridge team's finishing ability is extremely diverse. So far, up to 10 players have taken turns filling in their names on the scoreboard. Not only effective in attack, the defense of the Blues played firmly when only conceding 1 goal. The Blues have kept a clean sheet to 15 24th matches in the Premier League under the German coach. The only goal they have conceded this season has come from the penalty spot. Under manager Thomas Tuchel, defense became one of Chelsea's strongest points. Chelsea outperformed Man City in confrontations last season, including the Champions League final. In the last 5 encounters, Chelsea won 4. Meanwhile, Man City's form is also very good. Pep Guardiola's teachers and students are ranked 5th and have 3 points less than Chelsea. After a 0-1 defeat to Tottenham in the first round, the defending champion immediately returned to the winning trajectory in the English Premier League. They play solidly when they have only conceded 1 goal and are having the second best difference in the league, +10, behind Chelsea, +11. The Etihad Stadium team also kicked off the big battle with Chelsea with a 6-1 victory over Wycombe in the English League Cup. However, Man City is facing problems in the position of a key striker. Coach Pep has spent a lot of time training Ferran Torres, but the Spaniard has not shown he is capable of replacing Sergio Aguero's position. This was most evident in the match against Southampton, when the opponent held a disappointing draw in the 5th round at home. The lack of a leading striker may become the cause of the Citizens' defeat in the trip to Stamford Bridge. Currently, many players are injured, forcing coach Pep to make human calculations to ensure the strength of the Citizens is not reduced at this difficult period. After this uncertain match with Chelsea, Pep Guardiola's teachers and students will continuously clash with PSG, Champions League group stage, and Liverpool. With what has shown since the beginning of the season, it is difficult to find the weakness of the Blues at this time. Meanwhile, Man City is having problems. Along with the home advantage of Stamford Bridge, Chelsea is likely to make the Premier League king hate in this confrontation. Guardiola and the obsession named Tuchel. This match fans will witness the competition between the two top coaches in the world today, Pep Guardiola, Thomas Tuchel. When working together in the German football village, Guardiola led Bayern Munich, only winning or drawing against Tuchel of Mainz or Borussia Dortmund. According to statistics, in the 8 times he has competed, the Spanish strategist is winning more than losing the German coach. But most of those defeats were when Tuchel led a weak team, like Mainz, and Guardiola led the Bayern Grey Lobster. But since moving to Chelsea, Tuchel has always won Guardiola's Man City. From the FA Cup arena, the Premier League, to the Champions League final. This weekend, will there be a 4th defeat in a row for Guardiola against Tuchel, or an opportunity for Guardiola to solve the conundrum, how to beat Tuchel's Chelsea? Nothing can be said, because this is football. But surely Tuchel, Chelsea is really a real obsession with Guardiola. The match between Chelsea and Man City in the 6th round of the Premier League will take place at 6 p.m. on September 25th. Expected lineups of 2 teams. Chelsea, Kapot, Christensen, Thiago Silva, Rudiger, Azpilicueta, Kanté, Jorginho, Alonso, Mount, Havertz, Lukaku. Man City, Ederson, Walker, Diaz, Ake, Cancelo, De Bruyne, Rodri, Gundogan, Jesus, Torres, Grealish. James Rodriguez's sad ending in England. At the age of 30, having to move to Qatar to play football is no different from the disappointing end of the career of James Rodriguez, who has been trusted by many big clubs. Qatari club Al Rayyan announced the signing of the Colombian midfielder from Everton for an undisclosed fee. According to Qatari media, Everton do not ask for a lot of transfer fees in this deal, because James is the highest paid player, about £220,000/week, at Goodison Park. The fact that Everton had to sell off James showed the decline of the Colombian midfielder. A year ago, he was liquidated by Real Madrid to leave the Bernabeu. A year later, the outcome with the midfielder born in 1991 did not change. Why? More than half a decade ago, James Rodriguez was sought after throughout Europe. Impressive performance at the 2014 World Cup made him an expected name. With his skillful left foot and handsome appearance, James became the golden boy of Colombian football. Real Madrid spent up to £63 million to buy players from Monaco. James became the 4th most expensive contract in world football history at that time. Real president Florentino Perez excitedly gave James the number 10 shirt, with the expectation that he would become the new Galactico. 7 years playing in Europe is not really a long journey in a professional player's life, but that time is enough for James to prove his ability. The Colombian midfielder almost failed to live up to expectations. Real Madrid and coach Zinedine Zidane are not interested in him. Bayern Munich also refused to buy James permanently after borrowing the player for 2 seasons. Even if James accepts to play in a team with a lower level, like Everton, the 30-year-old midfielder cannot adapt to the change from the coaching bench. The day coach Carlo Ancelotti left the English team to return to Real Madrid, James said he felt like everything was falling apart. Ancelotti convinced the boy to come to the Premier League, but now the Italian coach leaves him. However, switching environments is normal in professional football. With a footballer as talented as James, Ancelotti's departure cannot be a reason for him to justify losing his footing at Everton. Coach Rafael Benitez may not favor James, but the Everton of 2021 is not Real Madrid or Bayern Munich. Leaving England to go to Qatar is a big step backwards in James' career, but it also partly reflects the character of this player. The Colombian midfielder seems to lack the will and determination to stay at the top of European football. In the summer transfer window of 2021, James received many offers from AC Milan or Porto. However, the 30-year-old midfielder did not agree to deeply reduce his salary to stay in Europe to play football. Going to Qatar is a safer option for James in terms of income. One can hardly blame James for the above choice, because he has children to take care of. However, it is still a sad ending for an expected talent like James. Question marks about motivation and adaptation. A year ago, James had a good start in the Premier League with Everton. The English team gave him a good salary and environment to regain his form. With 6 goals and 4 assists, James was one of the 3 Everton players to have been credited with the most goals in the Premier League last season. Coach Ancelotti is ready to use James, and he will be ready to build a system to serve the Colombian player. However, even Coach Ancelotti could not help James get rid of doubts about his fitness and adaptation to the English football environment. Although the technical qualities of this player are undisputed, injuries and decline in the late season made James disillusioned in England. The former Real star missed 12 Premier League matches in the 2020/21 season due to injury. James played only 9 games in the Premier League last season, out of a total of 25 games named in the starting lineup. When Benitez replaced Ancelotti at Everton, the Spaniard insisted that if James wanted to stay at the Merseyside club, the midfielder had to work hard to meet the overall playing style of the team. With a coach who appreciates the defensive support of attacking players like Benitez, he will have no favors for James. James is not the type of player Rafa Benitez likes, former Everton manager Sam Allardyce commented on Sky Sports. He is the type of player who plays instinctively and likes freedom. Rafa will not change his football philosophy to serve one player. James has a very good left foot but has never been good at defending. England is like an old-fashioned number 10 of world football who is slowly going extinct. In addition, James' somewhat disgruntled and superficial attitude on the training ground over the past few months has not helped him further in staying at Everton. Liberal life. In August, James even angered Everton fans by not even knowing the club's schedule. 2 months earlier, James Rodriguez held a party in Miami, USA, after hearing the news of being eliminated from the Colombian team in the 2022 World Cup qualifiers in South America. Over the years, besides professional reasons and injuries, James' somewhat bohemian life outside is also another reason why the Colombian midfielder has declined. In July 2017, amid uncertainty about his future at Real Madrid, James announced his divorce from Daniela, sister of goalkeeper David Ospina. James and Daniela have been married since 2011 and have a daughter. James' happy family was once admired in Colombia, before the player himself got caught up in rumors of an affair with beautiful women. Possessing a handsome appearance and football talent, James does not seem to be able to escape the temptation of think balls. Helga Lovekaty, a fiery model on social networks, was rumored by Colombian media to be the cause of the breakup of the James family. After divorcing Daniela, the media continuously reported that James was dating many beautiful people. In 2019, James had another child with the beautiful Shannon de Lima. But the two broke up in the summer of 2021. Colombian media revealed that de Lima was not satisfied with James' promiscuous personality. Ivan Mejia Alvarez, one of Colombia's famous journalists, once revealed on El Chiringuito channel that James had many girlfriends and lovers. Can James return to top European football after playing for a few years in Qatar? No one can rule out that possibility. But in professional football, once you have gone to the Middle East to play at a lower level, it is very difficult to return to the top. With a player who is not good at adapting and fighting like James, going to Qatar is almost the end of the top football career in Europe. Chelsea vs Man City, resentment piled up. Man City very much wants to collect the debt of defeat in the Champions League final 2020/21, but against a solid and increasingly perfect Chelsea under Tuchel, it is not an easy task. Match correlation. Since the day Thomas Tuchel replaced Frank Lampard, Chelsea has been the opponent that Man City is most tired of on the European level. In fact, the last three clashes in the English Premier League, FA Cup, and Champions League, the citizens all ended up in front of the London team. Indeed, Tuchel has built a very good system for the Blues, based on the quality army available. This season, Chelsea also recruited Lukaku to increase attack firepower. After conquering the top of Europe, Chelsea does not hide its ambition to win the Premier League. They run impressively and are leading the rankings after 5 rounds. Chelsea won 4/5 matches, drawing only in the trip to Anfield when they had to play without players for the whole second half. The only goal that the Blues have to concede since the beginning of the season is Sola's penalty. As for the Green Man, they reacted well after the 0-1 defeat against Tottenham on the opening day. However, in the latest round, Pep Guardiola's teachers and students were divided by Southampton at the Etihad. Force information. Goalkeeper Mendy missed the last 2 Chelsea matches due to injury. If he does not recover in time, Capon will continue to hold the number 1 position in the wooden frame. Christian Pulisic continues to be sidelined, and Mason Mount's ability to play is left open due to a new injury in the match against Aston Villa. On the Man City side, Coach Guardiola will have a headache about personnel issues when the pillars Rodri, Alexander Zinchenko, and Ilkay Gundogan are racing against time to recover. 2 hard central defenders, John Stones and Aymeric Laporte, continue to sit out due to injury. Therefore, Nathan Ake will pair up with Ruben Dias. Head-to-head record. Chelsea dominate in the encounters with Man City when winning 71 matches, compared to 59 victories for the opponent. Notably, in the last 3 confrontations since the beginning of the year until now under Tuchel, Chelsea have all triumphed. Identify. Chelsea have become a force to be reckoned with under Thomas Tuchel. The Blues have just added Lukaku, so they will become even more dangerous with their defensive and counter-attacking style against strong teams. Manchester City are having problems at the beginning of the season and were just stopped by Southampton last weekend. If the quality of defense does not improve, they can dry clothes at Stamford Bridge. Asian odds, bronze, 0-0. Prediction, Chelsea win 2-1. Probable teams. Chelsea, Mendy, Christensen, T. Silva, Rudiger, Azpilicueta, Kanté, Jorginho, Alonso, Werner, Havertz, Lukaku. Man City, Ederson, Walker, Diaz, Ake, Cancelo, De Bruyne, Fernandinho, Gundogan, Jesus, Torres, Grealish. MU is not entitled to a penalty, Coach Solskjaer blames confusing. At the press conference before the MU vs Aston Villa match, Coach Solskjaer called the name of Liverpool rival Jurgen Klopp's colleague for a reason few expected. In this season, MU is playing not really impressive, despite being in the leading group of the Premier League table 2021/22. But the Red Devils have just been knocked out of the English League Cup by West Ham. Notably, MU has no longer benefited from penalties, as in previous seasons. In the win over West Ham 2-1 in round 5, more than once Cristiano Ronaldo fell in the penalty area after colliding with an opponent, but even when referring to VAR, the referee still did not think that the Portuguese star was violated. Error and MU was awarded a penalty. Ironically, at the end of the game MU was also awarded a penalty after Luke Shaw's obvious hand-blocking situation. Then at the reunion with West Ham in the League Cup in the middle of last week, Jesse Lingard was affected by Mark Noble causing him to fall in the penalty area. But no whistle sounded. Speaking at the press conference before the match against Aston Villa, coach Ole Solskjaer was very upset about situations where he thought that MU was robbed of a penalty, and MU's strategist directed criticism to Jurgen Klopp. In the last 2 games, we have lost 3 penalties. We should be getting what we deserve. The Norwegian added, last season, a certain coach, referring to Klopp, complained that we were given a lot of penalties, so it seems that now we are more closely scrutinized. Yes. Since then, the situation has been very different. You have to let the referees do their job fairly and make the most decisive decisions. Solskjaer's statements are understood to be for Klopp when in January this year, the Liverpool manager publicly criticized the referee. In a statement after the 0-1 defeat to Southampton, he brought MU to compare. I heard that in the last 2 years, MU has received more penalties than we have in the 5.5 years combined. I don't know if it's my fault anymore. Solskjaer has lost the ability to rotate players at MU. The defeat to West Ham in the last League Cup match showed that Ole Solskjaer had lost his ability to rotate. This will be a big disadvantage for MU in a very long season where they need every player to be ready to fight in many arenas. Solskjaer has never won the League Cup, not even as a player. Now that he is a MU coach, the Norwegian strategist will have to wait at least 1 more year to be able to raise the championship of this tournament. Because at home, they were disappointed and lost 0-1 to West Ham, only to be eliminated from the 3rd round of this tournament. Solskjaer only launched the B team. Many stars like Ronaldo, Bruno Fernandes, Harry Maguire, Varane, Luke Shaw were given a break. But that's not to say that Solskjaer doesn't take the League Cup seriously. Remember, this is a very suitable arena for top coaches to rotate their forces, giving substitutes the opportunity to play so that this group can have a sense of competition when they are not often used in the field. Major leagues such as the Premier League and Champions League. This is a very necessary preparation because a big team fighting in 4 arenas, like MU, any player must be in a state of readiness. Many coaches like Jurgen Klopp, Pep Guardiola, have considered the League Cup as an important playground for the secondary players to come on and show off. Solskjaer himself as a player is also a person like that, often used by Sir Alex Ferguson in these primary fronts. Therefore, It cannot be said that Solskjaer does not need to win. Because the deeper he went, not only did he have more opportunities to win his first title after 3 years of empty-handedness for MU, but also had more playing fields for the reserve experts to enter the field. How about the result? The Red Devils have failed. Liverpool, Man City, Chelsea also rotated, but they won the right to continue. Only MU is not. That's the difference. Don't forget, Man City has dominated this tournament for the last 6 years, even though Pep also only uses the B squad. The League Cup can't be as valuable as the Premier League or Champions League, but if he wins this tournament, Solskjaer is sure. It will certainly relieve some of the pressure. Yet he failed. Let's review MU's starting lineup against West Ham. It cannot be said that it is a weaker squad than West Ham. They still have Jadon Sancho, Victor Lindelof, Anthony Martial, Van de Beek. Also don't forget that on the other side of the front line, Moyes also gave many pillars a break. But the 11 main kickers of MU Wednesday night played as individuals, not as a team. Slow, sporadic, extravagant, and they were punished by West Ham. Alex Telles, who recently returned from a sticky ankle injury in training for the new season, played disappointingly. Telles let Ryan Fredericks pass too easily when Manuel Lanzini scored 9 minutes into the match. Diogo Dalot too. Wan-Bissaka will be suspended for the next Champions League match, so this will be an important preparation for Dalot. But this fullback did not leave any mark. Anthony Martial is the most disappointing name when he misses the most delicious opportunities. MU launched a total of 27 shots, but only 6 were on target. It was a disappointing performance by the Red Devils B team. After a busy summer of shopping, MU is having a respectable force depth. They have a large, expensive squad, which surely if they fall into the hands of another coach like Pep Guardiola, Thomas Tuchel, or Klopp, they will know how to rotate in a more reasonable way. Not only having to bring back trophies, but keeping the stars in the Old Trafford dressing room happy is another big challenge for Solskjaer. But what to do, Solskjaer, when he is losing the ability to rotate forces? Stars who have not had goals and assists since the beginning of the 2021/22 season. Lionel Messi, Jadon Sancho, Harry Kane are the top attacking stars, but this season, they have not had a goal or assist. PSG won the first 7 matches in Ligue 1 2021/22, but only 2 of them have the presence of Lionel Messi. The Argentine striker played 100 minutes and had a technical finish to hit the bar in the match against Lyon. Jadon Sancho has not been able to adapt to the Premier League environment. After 202 minutes of play, MU's €85 million rookie has not had a shot on target and has not created any chances. Antoine Griezmann has still not been able to find his form, even though he has returned to Atletico Madrid. In the last 3 appearances in La Liga, the French player was substituted early due to lack of performance. Before that, Griezmann also made 3 appearances for Barca but did not score or assist. Antoine Griezmann has still not been able to find his form, even though he has returned to Atletico Madrid. In the last 3 appearances in La Liga, the French player was substituted early due to lack of performance. Before that, Griezmann also made 3 appearances for Barca but did not score or assist. After a period of pressure but still could not come to Man City, Harry Kane had to stay at Tottenham Stadium. The Premier League's top scorer last season has yet to score or assist after 288 minutes of playing this season. Before the season started, coach Ronald Koeman confirmed that Philippe Coutinho would shine in a Barcelona shirt. However, what the Brazilian player has done so far is only 82 minutes in La Liga and 2 missed shots. Kevin De Bruyne is still not in the best shape after injury. He has only made 2 appearances from the bench in the Premier League. This meager time is not enough for the Man City midfielder to leave an impression. After a good performance in the European Super Cup match, Hakim Ziyech had to get used to the bench when he returned to the Premier League arena. The Chelsea player has only started in the 3-0 win over Aston Villa. Kingsley Coman has not been given the opportunity to play regularly since coach Julian Nagelsmann took charge. On September 17, the French player also had to undergo an operation to completely cure the arrhythmia. Koeman is expected to rest for 3 weeks before returning to training. In the last summer transfer window, Dortmund filled the void of Jadon Sancho by spending €30 million to recruit Daniel Malin from PSV. The player born in 1999 had a bad start in the Bundesliga when he failed to score and assist after 5 appearances. In the 2020-21 season, Patson Daka stormed in the Austrian league with 27 goals, 7 assists, after 28 matches for Salzburg. However, the Zambian player had many difficulties when switching to a superior league, the Premier League. Leicester's €30 million rookie has only 26 minutes to appear in the English Premier League so far. In the Europa League, Daka had a missed celebration when his goal against Napoli was disallowed for offside. The coaching method of Thomas Tuchel. The coaching formulas formed from the time he was leading small teams in Germany are the hinges for Thomas Tuchel to become the star in the coaching village today. After more than 10 years of experience with youth football, Thomas Tuchel has taken many steps forward. First, he learned from coach Hansi Flick as an assistant at Stuttgart. Mr. Flick is considered a bright spot in the field of youth training in Germany. After that, Tuchel began to accumulate experience from working as the head coach of various ages of different youth teams. True to the tradition and theory prevalent in German academies at the time, Tuchel applied the rule of repetition to each exercise: a single pass 100 times, practice a single pass 100 times, all in a training session. Clear rules. Now we are also applying a much larger number of repetitions, but not in a crammed style, Tuchel self-assessed. We practice in a cramped and complex space, constantly forcing players to come up with new solutions according to the shape of the game. In simpler terms, the players will have to practice the pass in a competitive situation, under the same pressure as a real game without thinking, calculating, and handling. Another type of exercise that is also favored by him is to apply different forms of attack organization when there is a loss in number of people compared to the opponent, such as 7 against 9 situations. This type of exercise will force the player to pass the ball so creatively that cramming is no longer necessary. In Tuchel's training sessions, there was never the form of an 11v11 exercise across the entire court like a game. He himself used to love them when he always put the competition at the end of training sessions when he was a youth coach. With Tuchel, the exercise of playing like the real thing is no longer reasonable. I said goodbye to trying to copy the weekend game. Well, never do that. Instead, he focused more on the basic patterns in which the team would operate. The rules have to be very clear. Which foot is to receive the ball? Which foot should be passed to a teammate? Is it possible to put a player in an empty position, or will the situation be closed? In a closed situation, how should the player respond to the defenders to reorganize the attack? When a player turns around, is there a way to move on that side? Which side has no road? These rules should be very clear. And within the framework of the rules, each player will have the maximum degree of creative freedom, explained Tuchel. With each passing week, the Mainz 05 players have more confidence in the teacher. They realize that exercises in miniature are the best preparation. In official matches, when the space on the field suddenly expands, they feel like they have more time to make decisions, easier than the training sessions, as the coach intended. Midfielder Eugen Polanski that day said that it takes good academics to keep up with Tuchel's exercises. After each training session, the players' minds are more tired than their limbs. Tuchel had penetrated their minds. In each of those days, Tuchel would often stand in the middle of the field, constantly commenting, criticizing the players who made mistakes, motivating them, putting more pressure on them. Above all, he never forgot his technical work. Just like Roger Federer has to practice serving and hitting shots on the court every day. Every day, a football player has to practice basic techniques again and again, Tuchel asserted. This concept is espoused by players like Andreas Evenschitz. We practice a huge amount of passes with him and he is constantly paying attention to the quality of the pass. Based on that, he will fall in love. We had to get the ball past 6 or 7. All the time, we had to open up new triangles. At that time, practice was fun. But the beginning of everything was still a simple but accurate pass. I have never seen a coach with the courage to be so simple. Midfielder Jan Kirchhoff remembers his days in the U19 team with Tuchel. He asserts that the old teacher's training sessions have shaped the team's playing style. With Thomas, I learned how to add tempo to the game. In the exercises, he always practiced the short, long rule. This greatly influenced my personal play. In that approach, the first 2 passes when the team deploys the ball will be 2 short passes. The idea is that if the central defender makes a short pass to the 6th tower midfielder, who plays another short pass and releases it, the opponent will be forced to move. Pass streams will open. The centre-back himself will have a few more seconds to position himself and watch, looking for a long-range pass option, preferring a thick, penetrating pass. Center to target the conductor player or striker. This play will be repeated on the opponent's field. 2 passes will help the 6th midfielder or the conductor player to navigate. The ultimate goal now is to score, finish, or assist. Learn by error. In addition, Tuchel also believes in a concept called learning by error. This is a sports science theory that holds that each athlete will learn sequences better if there are variables or objective influences introduced into the training process rather than simply repeat. Fate as arranged. One of the fathers of this theory was teaching and doing research at the Sports Science Institute of Johannes Gutenberg University. At the same time Tuchel was working in Mainz. To be precise, Mainz's training ground was only 2 kilometers from the school. Tuchel also had discussions with Professor Wolfgang Schallhorn. Those encounters made a strong impression on Tuchel, as he put it, completely changed my role as a coach. He recounts, I started to orient myself more and more in the real direction that training gives players more complex tasks than a game. The problems the opponent creates in the game. A game has to be simple for the players. The design of the training ground applied by Tuchel can make anyone's head crazy. Exercise always takes place on a small and narrow area. There is always pressure present on the player holding the ball, so passes must always be made and executed correctly. In addition, there are always special rules, or certain areas of the field will be prohibited from entering. For example, do not pass into or through the center circle, or limit play to the sideline depending on the characteristics of the next opponent. Tuchel once analyzed Stuttgart and judged them to be very good at winning the ball on both sides. So he asked the team to deploy through the middle and minimize the openings in the wings. On the Tuesday before the game against Stuttgart, in the first training session of the week, he began to give exercises for that play, although it was still pleasant because it was the beginning of the week. On Wednesday, Tuchel restricted the field to an unusual level. The play area is shaped like an hourglass. Tuchel forced the players to pass across the center of the field horizontally, as if threading a thread through the slit of a sewing needle. If the players get the ball across the midfield line, the space then widens. That Saturday, Mainz won. Stuttgart's 2 fullbacks are like 2 outsiders. We went out on the pitch without any fear but with positive faith, one player said. His requirements were quite detailed. He didn't simply lay out the opponent's strengths and weaknesses, but also made it clear how we would play on that basis. Some people rejected Tuchel because of his attitude and personality from the training ground to the technical area. It is true that at times it is easy for Tuchel to make people feel like he is a weirdo, effective but in a strange style. However, just talking to the players who worked with him during the early years of his carefree career at Mainz, a picture will gradually emerge, sketching of a man who has always been for the team, far from the image he showed in front of fans, team leaders, or the media. After a game, he put his arms around my neck because I scored from a slightly different movement after receiving the ball. It gave me less than a second to finish without getting hit. Blocking. He was like crazy in the dressing room. I didn't feel any selfish pleasure from Tuchel. He didn't see himself as a genius or anything like that, but just pure joy for me, as a player, as well as the fact that I did it together, Ivanschitz concluded. Prediction of the 6th round of the English Premier League, MU, Liverpool overtake Chelsea? This weekend, the English fields will be exciting again when the matches of the 6th round of the Premier League 2021/22 take place. According to expert Mark Lawrenson's prediction, Chelsea will most likely lose the top spot because they face a much bigger challenge than Man United or Liverpool. After the first 5 rounds, Chelsea are standing at the highest position in the Premier League, but they are only on par with Liverpool and MU, 13. This team has a better goal difference than MU, +11 compared to +9, and ranks above the COP thanks to the name starting with C in front of Liverpool's L in the alphabet. In the next round, Chelsea will face a huge obstacle named Man City. If Chelsea had just struggled to overcome Aston Villa after the penalty shootout 11-m in the 3rd round of the English League Cup, Man City, despite launching a lot of young faces, still easily crushed Wycombe Wanderers with a score of 6-1. Confronted with the defending champion of England, who are in extremely high form, won the last 5/6 matches, the remaining matches are drawn. If Chelsea do not earn all 3 points at Stamford Bridge, it is not strange. Compared to Chelsea, Liverpool's rival Brentford is much more pleasant. With 8 points earned after 5 rounds, Brentford clearly did not play badly. However, this new representative to play in the Premier League is far from reaching the level of Liverpool, who have won 9 of the last 10 matches in the Premier League. Playing against Brentford, Liverpool without earning all 3 points, this can be considered a surprise. With Man United, they are even more convenient than Liverpool because they welcome Aston Villa at Old Trafford. Last season, the Red Devils beat Aston Villa in both matches in the Premier League, and in the next match the guests may have to receive the same result again. In this round, there is also a much-awaited competition between the 2 Big Six teams, Arsenal and Tottenham. After losing the first 3 rounds in a row, receiving 9 goals without scoring even 1 goal, Arsenal has started to recover when they won in the last 2 rounds, both with the minimum score against Norwich and Norwich. Burnley. In contrast, Tottenham, after a dream start with the first 3 victories, suddenly fell when they were defeated by Crystal Palace and Chelsea respectively with the score 0-3. With such a bad performance, striker Harry Kane's team wants to earn 1 point at the Emirates. They will definitely have to make a lot of effort. Bruno Fernandes admits to failing after kicking 11m for Man United. The Portuguese midfielder wrote a long letter on his personal page sharing his feelings after missing a penalty that caused the home team to lose to Aston Villa. In the 90+1-minute match against Aston Villa at home in the 6th round of the English Premier League on the evening of September 25, Man United received an 11m penalty in a 0-1 lead. Bruno Fernandes was selected by coach Solskjaer to take a penalty instead of Ronaldo. However, the midfielder wearing the number 18 shirt shot straight into the sky, causing the home team to lose. After the match, instead of choosing to be silent, Bruno wrote a long thought on social networks sharing his feelings. He admits to having failed in the recent match, but will definitely come back stronger. In particular, the Portuguese midfielder said he is still ready to shoot 11m if he continues to be given the opportunity, and surely the ball will go back into the net. Bruno Fernandes' thoughts are as follows. No one is more frustrated than I am, because the penalty kick was missed, and as a result, MU conceded defeat. I'd always take on my responsibilities, and I always accept them under pressure in times like these. Today, I failed. But I will go one step further and face the challenge with ambition and responsibility, as in many other cases before, the ball will go into the net again. Criticism and dissent is an important part of football. I learned to live with it, even using it to push me forward. I see that as an important part of my commitment to constantly trying and improving to be the best player I want to be, for me and for the team. Today, I once again accept the responsibility that has been given to me since I joined United. I will take it again, without fear, anytime soon. The most important thing for me is that the team win together. I will always do everything I can to help my teammates and the club be the best they can be. I am a player who gives everything on the pitch with absolute desire and commitment. And that is what I will continue to do. Thank you all for your support after the final whistle. Hearing you say my name in the stadium, I was really touched. I will come back stronger for me, and because these are the standards I set for myself, but above all because of my teammates and the fans who always support us. Portuguese wrote. After this defeat, Bruno and his teammates will continue to host Villarreal in the second round of the Champions League group stage on September 30th. Bruno Fernandes sent a letter to MUNHM after a pathetic 11m. Immediately after making a mistake of 11m, causing MU to lose the match, Bruno Fernandes posted a rather long letter on his personal page to send a message to the Red Devils fans. Recently, MU surprised everyone when they lost 0-1 to Aston Villa in the 6th round of the English Premier League. The two struggling teams held each other for most of the time before Courtney Houses scored the only goal of the game. This defeat makes the Red Devils temporarily fall to 4th place in the rankings with 13 points, behind Liverpool, Man City, and Chelsea. In addition to this embarrassing defeat, the recent competition at Old Trafford also witnessed an extremely remarkable highlight when midfielder Bruno Fernandes had an 11m shot in the final minutes of the match. Instead of the usual flute jump phase, the Portuguese midfielder decided to hit a strong shot, and this time the ball flew over the bar, making MU's chance to have points disappear into smoke. Bruno's letter to MU fans. Immediately after the match, a series of critical comments were aimed at Bruno Fernandes and coach Solskjaer. The midfielder wearing the number 18 shirt also did not forget to write a rather long letter on his personal Instagram to send to the Red Devils fans after the recent deplorable eating situation. Specifically, the Portuguese player wrote, "No one is more frustrated than I am, because we missed the penalty and we lost as a result. I take on my responsibilities all the time, and am always under pressure about them in times like these. Today, I failed. But I had the courage to take a step forward and face the challenge with the same ambition and responsibility as before. But in many other cases, the ball returned to the net. Criticism and opposition are an important part of football. I've learned to live with it, even use it to motivate me, and I consider it a very important part of constantly trying to improve and be the best player I can be, for me and for the team." Ball. Today I am once again taking on the responsibility that has been given to me almost since joining United, and I will carry on it again without fear or anxiety whenever called upon. The most important thing for me is to win together, and I will always do everything I can to help my teammates and Man United be the best they can be. Bruno is ready to come back. I am a player who leaves everything on the pitch, with great desire and devotion. And that is what I will continue to do. Thank you all for your support. After the final whistle, hearing you say my name in the stadium, I was very emotional. I will come back stronger, because these are the standards that I myself have to follow, but above all because of my teammates and the fans have always supported us. Right below the comment section, a series of teammates and even MU's homepage also encouraged Bruno after this defeat. The Morning Star, MU was criticized for being greedy and selfish for not passing the ball to Ronaldo. Manchester United have just lost their first Premier League match against Aston Villa at Old Trafford on the day that Bruno Fernandes missed a penalty. However, Red Devils fans do not consider their conductor to be the most to blame. Greenwood received brick and stone for personal play. On the evening of September 25, Manchester United, M.U. unexpectedly received a 0-1 defeat against Aston Villa at Old Trafford. Superstar Bruno Fernandes was unable to retain 1 point for the home team after a penalty shootout in the last minutes of the match. This is the second consecutive defeat of Coach Solskjaer's teachers and students in just 5 days, and the first defeat in the Premier League this season. After the match, MU fans could not hide their disappointment when the home team lost in the last minutes. However, it is not Bruno Fernandes, the young star Mason Greenwood, who has to receive a lot of criticism from the fans. The match against Aston Villa was the 6th consecutive match in the Premier League. Greenwood was ranked in the attack instead of rookie Sancho. However, the 20-year-old striker had a very ungrateful game day. Greenwood made 8 shots on goal, more than Aston Villa combined, 7 times, but the effect was almost zero. Manchester United fans were furious and blamed Mason Greenwood for his disastrous performance against Villa. They said that the 20-year-old star was greedy and selfish when he did not pass to Cristiano Ronaldo, so the home team lost the match. What a horrible game. Today Greenwood played too selfishly and greedily. He ignored Ronaldo for the whole game. If he had passed to Ronaldo in some situations, we probably wouldn't have lost. A fan expressed disappointment about Greenwood on Twitter. Honestly, watching Mason Greenwood flatly refuse to pass the ball to Cristiano Ronaldo while he shoots back and forth and still doesn't come in is annoying, said another exasperated fan. Mason Greenwood has appeared alongside Cristiano Ronaldo in every Premier League match since the Portuguese superstar returned to MU until now. In the defeat to Aston Villa, Ronaldo also repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the personal handling situations of the junior. If Greenwood played more as a team, MU would have had many clear opportunities to improve the score. The first defeat in the Premier League this season is the third defeat in the last 4 matches of coach Solskjaer's teachers and students in all competitions. This is also the second defeat in a row at Old Trafford of the Red Devils in less than a week. This result makes MU miss the opportunity to win the Premier League table. They fell to 4th, sharing 13 points with Chelsea, Man City, and Everton, and 1 point behind Liverpool. MU lost the match. Ronaldo made a surprise decision about the future. According to information from The Sun, Ronaldo has planned for the future. He wants to stick with the Red Devils for a long time and wants to retire here. Ronaldo returned to MU after 12 years of separation and played relatively well, when he scored 4 goals in 4 matches in all competitions. However, in the 6th round of the Premier League, Ronaldo and his teammates received a 0-1 defeat against Aston Villa. In this match, MU was led first and then awarded a penalty and stoppage time at the end of the match. However, Ronaldo did not take a free kick, but his junior Bruno Fernandes. The Portuguese midfielder kicked the ball into the stands in front of the Red Devils fans' regret. Personally, Ronaldo is very disappointed with the results of the home team. After the match, the striker born in 1985 encouraged his teammates and himself on his personal page. He hoped everyone would get up from failure to be stronger. Ronaldo's current contract with MU is valid until the summer of 2023. According to The Sun, Ronaldo has planned his future. This source said that CR7 wants to play for MU until he retires. Not only that, he wants after not playing football to participate in the training and coaching of MU's youth team, including his son Cristiano Jr. Bruno disaster and 4 missed penalties. During his career, midfielder Bruno Fernandes is not only famous for his superior passing skills, but his skillful penalty kick is also a feature, although there are still 4 missed shots. The Portuguese star had 46 encounters with goalkeepers on the 11m mark, of which Bruno succeeded 42 times. reaching a rate of up to 91.3%. The first time Bruno missed a penalty took place 5 years ago. As a young player, Bruno Fernandes spent 3 years with Udinese club in Italy. Here, he made 86 appearances with 10 goals. Among them is a memorable match against Napoli at home. Udinese was entitled to 2 penalties in 90 minutes of play. Bruno was the one assigned to do both. However, he only succeeded in kicking the first time, and the second time, the midfielder's shot was caught by the goalkeeper of the opposing team. However, the broken penalty kick did not affect the outcome of the match much. Bruno contributed 2 goals to help Udinese win 3-1. 2 years later, Bruno now moved to play football for his hometown club Sporting Lisbon. His team faced rival Louros in the Portuguese National Cup. When the home team was awarded a penalty kick, Bruno put down the captain's armband with the ball in his hand, but unfortunately he could not defeat goalkeeper Miguel Soares on the other side of the line. But midfielder number 18 is not too regretful when Sporting Lisbon still preserved the last 2-1 victory. With an impressive performance in the Portuguese Championship, Bruno Fernandes was welcomed to Old Trafford by Manchester United in 2019. Here, Bruno rose to become one of the most important players of the Devils. Red with a long and stable journey of dedication. Bruno continues to be appointed as the penalty taker for MU. The first time he missed 11m in the red shirt was against Newcastle's in 2020. Just like the previous 2 times, this player does not have to feel too guilty when the home team still has a crispy 4-1 victory. But the fateful kick on the night of September 25 was a completely different story. Bruno's Man United is in a difficult situation because the opponent leads 1-0 until the last moment. The penalty in the 90+3 minute was like a gift that could not be more wonderful that MU wanted to receive at that time. The presence of 2 penalty kick experts, Ronaldo and Bruno, made the Minutians even more confident in a draw guaranteed by one of these 2 players on the 11-meter mark. And Bruno was the chosen one. If successful, he will help the home team win back a valuable point. Otherwise, MU will receive the first defeat and lose the advantage in the title race. Under great psychological pressure, the Portuguese midfielder ran and immediately launched a powerful shot, not the familiar flinging style. The ball flew straight up into the sky in the surprise of millions of passionate MU fans around the world. Losing a regretful point, Manchester United fell to 4th place in the rankings. Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's teachers and students still have a lot to do if they want to claim the kingship at the end of the season. Ronaldo wants to hang up his boots at Old Trafford. According to Sun Sports, a source revealed that Ronaldo wants to end his digital career at MU. Ronaldo reunited with MU in August on a 2-year contract, with the option to extend it for another 12 months. In his speech before the match MU vs Aston Villa in the 6th round of the English Premier League, coach Solskjaer believes that Ronaldo can play at the peak until the age of 40, because the Portuguese striker maintains a very good physical background thanks to the regime. professional nutrition, and exercise. A source revealed to Sun Sport that Ronaldo wants to play for MU until he retires. After hanging up his boots, Ronaldo also wants to join the MU coaching staff, so that he can monitor and guide his 11-year-old son who is studying at the academy, Cristiano Jr. Ronaldo has told everyone that he's coming back to MU to help the club win titles. He's still at the top of his game physically and wants to prove that nothing is impossible. So he's here. Will play for MU for more than 2 years. Ronaldo is passionate and knowledgeable about everything about the game. He wants to join the coaching staff of MU after hanging up his boots. He wants to start the next chapter in his career like many former players who have coached at MU, Sun Sport revealed. Ronaldo has also made it clear that he wants to direct his son Ronaldo Jr. to a football career. Ronaldo said, "I like him to be a footballer, because I feel his passion for the sport. Junior is an aggressive kid and hates to lose. I sense its agility and talent, but that's not all. To be a great player, you have to have a long process of training, learning, and trying." The key to Guardiola defeating Tuchel. Pep Guardiola successfully avenged his colleague from Germany in a match where Man City neutralized Chelsea's most dangerous weapons. Man City are the first team this season to beat Chelsea after the match at Stamford Bridge. The score 1-0 in favor of the away team did not even reflect the full situation of the match. The tactical adjustments of Coach Guardiola come into play. Meanwhile, Chelsea lacked a bit of recklessness in the context of their familiar system being caught by the opponent. Pressing is the key. Both teams entered the match according to the scenario predicted by many people before the match. With the trio of Kanté, Kovacic, Jorginho in midfield, Chelsea actively backed down when there were at least 8 defensive players to turn to a 5-3-2 formation. Timo Werner kicks the striker with Lukaku. Kai Havertz had to sit on the bench when coach Thomas Tuchel wanted to take advantage of the former Leipzig striker's speed and ability to play directly. However, on the opposite side, Pep and Man City have fully exploited the opponent's ability to escape pressing and not really smooth ball rotation to prevail. Pep did not turn to the 3 central defenders, but continued to operate a 4-3-3 system with 2 pressing barriers including Grealish, Foden, Jesus in attack and De Bruyne, Rodri, Bernardo Silva in midfield. Pep has closely observed how Chelsea struggled in the first half of the match against Tottenham in the previous round. The defensive midfielders and Chelsea defenders faced many difficulties when the Spurs attacking trio surrounded. With 6 players actively applying pressure to create 2 pressing barriers, Man City easily controlled the game. Man City had 67% possession and passed accuracy 91% in the first half and created a balance in play. Of course, pressing the opponent early on can cause the team's physical foundation to decrease during the game. Pep overcomes this problem by asking his players to only apply pressure from time to time, also known as the pressing switch. The pressing switch being turned on at the right time is very important for Man City, because it prevents the opponent from deploying the ball from the bottom line, and helps the visitors win the ball back as quickly as possible. The first two periods of each half saw the intensity of Man City's pressing strongest. Grealish, Foden, Jesus created Man City's first pressing barrier. Good pressing ability also helps Man City limit the counter-attacking ability of Werner and Lukaku. Two Chelsea strikers lost contact with the downline. Werner is good at accelerating and exploiting space behind central defenders, but he doesn't have many opportunities because the Chelsea midfield does not deploy the ball well when pressed. Lukaku is not good at handling the ball in a narrow range when the opponent is close. Coach Tuchel himself after the game had to admit that Chelsea's ball rotation plans were bankrupt because the team could not escape the pressing. They are faster, stronger and more accurate in applying pressure, admitted the German coach. Chelsea's expected goal score, XG, for the whole match is 0.22, Opta, the lowest number that the Blues have since XG stats were included in football statistics. Chelsea did not have a shot on target towards the Man City goal. For the first time since Tuchel took charge at Stamford Bridge, Chelsea's attack could not hit the opponent's goal. Bernardo Silva makes a difference. In Man City's pressing system, midfielder Bernardo Silva is the most important switch. The Portuguese player put the most pressure on Chelsea's midfield trio, helping De Bruyne or Rodri to breathe easier in central disputes. When needed, Bernardo also rises to support the Grealish, Foden, Jesus trio. When Man City had the ball, Bernardo dropped deep to play the role of escaping pressing and opening space for teammates. The Portuguese midfielder's constant activity and hard work make it easier for De Bruyne to breathe in the center. As a result, the Belgian player is more involved in the attack and sometimes plays as a virtual 9 in Man City's system. Man City leads the Premier League. Pep Guardiola establishes order. In a round full of surprises, Pep Guardiola's Man City for the first time in the 2021-22 season stepped to the top of the Premier League table. Pep's victory. After 3 consecutive defeats, the most unforgettable being the Champions League final in Porto at the end of May, Pep Guardiola won against Thomas Tuchel. In the previous 3 meetings, Pep Guardiola's Man City lost and only scored 1 goal. At Stamford Bridge, Man City soon showed the initiative in controlling the ball and playing more attacking. It can be said that Thomas Tuchel himself, in a match losing himself, created conditions for Man City to comfortably play football. Chelsea chooses excessively pragmatic football. After a series of heavy fixtures and ahead of Juventus' away game in the Champions League group stage, Tuchel's caution can be understood. It seems that Tuchel calculated a safe solution with the goal of 1 point, instead of actively attacking the topic looking for victory. This is an opportunity for Man City. Pep let the players play full attack when the opponent kicks low. They have a lot of time to coordinate and put a lot of pressure on Mendy's penalty area. Gabriel Jesus' goal came quite fortunately, when his shot hit Jorginho and changed direction and Mendy did not have time to react. But that is the result of the time when Man City accelerated and did not stop attacking. Chelsea lost herself in the match where the champion of the Champions League was not shown. Pep Guardiola did not miss the opportunity to join Man City to win all 3 points. Order established. Every time Gabriel Jesus scores in the Premier League, Man City do not lose. This has just been shown again at Stamford Bridge. In the 44th game he has scored 42 wins, 2 draws. Gabriel Jesus' goal also marked a new record that Pep Guardiola achieved with Man City. Accordingly, he reached the milestone of 221 victories, the club's all-time best achievement. This victory brings Man City to the top of the rankings for the first time in the new season. The Citizens' season started with a loss to Tottenham and ranked 13th. After that, they gradually moved up to 13th, 9th, and 2 consecutive rounds ranked 5th. Round 6 of the Premier League was a moment of many surprises. MU lost to Aston Villa at home in a match where Solskjaer was very poor in tactics, while Bruno Fernandes changed the way he took the penalty kick and missed the shot. Liverpool were held back by rookie Brentford with a 3-3 draw. Amidst pleasant surprises, Man City beat Chelsea away from home to take the top spot. Premier League order re-established? Man City fans believe it. Last season, Pep Guardiola's side started awkwardly, but then made strong strides towards the championship. Now, they step to the top of the table having won the most important game of the season. However, to have an answer about the order on the top of the table, it takes another week to verify, when Man City is Liverpool's guest in round 7. Before that, in the middle of the week, Pep Guardiola also had to make calculations. Most reasonable for the battle on the PSG field in the Champions League group stage. Ronaldo wants to hang up his shoes at MU and follow a coaching career. Superstar Ronaldo wants to end his career at MU and start coaching from the club's own youth team. Ronaldo has played very well since returning to Old Trafford. The 36-year-old striker still has 2 years left on his contract and is always ready to fight until he can't. Coach Solskjaer is also confident that Ronaldo can play until the age of 40. But the Portuguese player goes even further than that. Ronaldo wants to retire and start his coaching career at MU. He is obsessed with football and knows a lot about the sport. Many players have started their coaching careers at Manchester United, and Ronaldo thinks this is a good way for him to continue his coaching career. In the short term, Ronaldo wants to help MU win titles, a close friend of Ronaldo said. If Ronaldo coaches the youth team, he will have the opportunity to coach his 11-year-old son Cristiano Jr. Ronaldo's descendants are currently training at MU's Littleton Road Centre, with the youth team with the sons of Rooney and Matic. Cristiano Jr. previously played for Juventus youth team and scored 4 goals on his debut. The Portuguese superstar has also repeatedly affirmed that his son wants to follow the career of a player. The prospect of Ronaldo coaching Cristiano Jr. made world football fans very excited. "I would love for my son to become a footballer because he is so passionate about the sport. The kid is a formidable opponent and hates to lose. However, there is still a long way to go and a lot of work must be done," Ronaldo once shared. Two of Ronaldo's favorite dishes. Cristiano Ronaldo wants to put some healthy dishes on Man United's menu. According to The Sun, Cristiano Ronaldo has asked the chefs of Manchester United to add some of his favorite dishes to the club's menu, including bacalhau stew and octopus. However, only the bacalhau stew, made with cod, eggs and salt, is advocated. Many Man United players ignored the octopus dish that Ronaldo asked to add to the menu. Ronaldo likes octopus, but MU players are not interested, even if this dish is good for health. Ronaldo likes high-protein dishes, such as ham, eggs and avocado. MU's chefs also try to help. CR7 has a little taste of home, the source revealed to the Sunday. Ronaldo maintains scientific eating and training habits for many years. This helps him stay in good shape despite turning 36 years old. According to goalkeeper Lee Grant, Ronaldo has changed some habits of MU players, such as eating sweets after dinner on Fridays. In addition, Ronaldo introduced his Portuguese menu for a few team. With a moderate lifestyle, Ronaldo is confident that he can play at the top until the age of 40. Coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer also believes in this. "I wouldn't be surprised if Ronaldo still plays at his peak when he turns 40. The way Ronaldo takes care of himself is impressive. Maybe he has a special genome or DNA." Ronaldo spends every bit of his energy and the effort to become the current player, the MU captain said. CR7 and his teammates will have a few days of rest before entering the match against Villarreal in the Champions League group stage. Yellow Submarine defeated the Red Devils in the Europa League final last season and is still in good form this season. On the morning of September 26, coach Unai Emery's Army made Real Madrid's sublime attack silent for 90 minutes. Crushing Tottenham, Arsenal won 3 consecutive matches. Leaving behind a series of 3 defeats at the beginning of the season, the Gunners are showing strong signs of returning when the Premier League has passed 6 rounds. Crushing rival Tottenham in the London Derby, Arsenal surpassed this opponent in the rankings. Mikel Arteta is probably used to criticism from fans. The strategy of trusting the players, not spending too much on the stars, has made Arsenal play erratically since last season. But the North London Derby is always another game where bloodshed and hostility sometimes have little to do with form. Nearly 60,000 fans dyed the Emirates stands red. Tottenham enter this match after 2 defeats, and of course, they must aim for victory if they do not want to fall into a crisis. Mr. Nuno Santo theoretically used Spurs' best cards in a 4-3-3 formation. However, Arsenal surprised everyone with their youthfulness, reasonable distance, and razor-sharp ball movements. In the 12th minute, the Emirates bridge shook when Emile Smith-Rowe hit the net of Hugo Lloris. After a series of tricky dribbling on the right wing, Bukayo Saka hit an accurate pass for Arsenal's No. 10 to score. The Gunners' 20s really played very impressively from the start. Their movements caused Tottenham's defense to mess up every time they needed to defend the area. Though one rushed up, in the 27th minute, it was Aubameyang's turn to score. From beautiful smashes on the vertical axis, the Gunners' captain was cleverly created by Smith-Rowe when he entered the penalty area. Arsenal really did exceed expectations. Against a more experienced, even classier opponent, Arteta's young team still showed the potential of a cohesive and ready-to-play team. By the 34th minute, the score was 3-0. Starting from a phase that lost the ball of Harry Kane, Saka accelerated straight into the penalty area. Kane's tackle accidentally made the star Saka on the red-white side move closer to the goal before finishing diagonally. Lloris really couldn't do anything more when the goal was open and the white centre defenders did not hold their positions. The rest of the time saw a completely different Arsenal, an impressively deep defensive team. Son Heung-min, as usual, still plays aggressively with speed side attacks. But on the other side of the front line, rookie Tomiyasu had a great day. The Japanese defender many times caught Son dead, and at the same time paralyzed the left wing of Tottenham with precise cuts. In the middle of the field, the duo Thomas and Granit Xhaka swept almost completely in the midfield. In front of goal, Aaron Ramsdale made the strikers in the city frustrated by his excellence and certainty. In the 79th minute, Spurs regained 1-3 thanks to Son's attack. It was a situation where Xhaka was injured on the field, but the away team still got on the ball when the referee did not cut the whistle. Arsenal lacked a stop, and the Korean striker immediately moved into the center to finish Ramsdale down. More than 10 minutes left, Arsenal still played well when reducing the excitement of the opponent. Without hesitating to foul from the middle of the pitch and close every space, the Gunners won 3-1 to get 9 points from 6 games, climbing to 10th place in the standings. With the same 9 points, but Tottenham are temporarily behind because they are worse in difference. From empty-handed in the first 3 matches, the Gunners are now only 5 points behind the leader Liverpool. The football season is still very long and it seems that the Red and White Army has begun to find the right direction for itself. Man United is difficult to replace Solskjaer now. Antonio Conte and Zinedine Zidane became the leading candidates to replace Solskjaer. However, the Glazers are not in the habit of firing coaches when their money is still guaranteed. Manchester United is in crisis. In the season, Red Devils aim to win the title. it is really difficult for them to lose 3 of the last 4 matches in all competitions. Many Man United fans are losing patience with coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. However, if you look at the management strategy of the Glazer family, owner of Man United, in the past, the possibility of Solskjaer being fired in the near future is not high. Familiar scenario. Manchester United are playing poorly, but the season has only just begun, and a win over Villarreal in the Champions League midweek could change things. Red Devils have just been eliminated in the Carabao Cup after losing to West Ham. However, it is a less prestigious playground than the FA Cup. The main goal of the Old Trafford team this season is still to compete in the Premier League, Champions League, and maybe more FA Cup. On the Premier League table, Manchester United is in 4th place. With 13 points after 6 rounds, Man United is only 1 point behind the leader Liverpool. The red half of Manchester also has the same number of points as Man City or Chelsea. In terms of results, it's not a bad start for a title contender. The 2021/22 season has only just begun, and it doesn't make sense to dismiss Manchester United's ability to win the title after just 2 months of starting. In the Champions League, Man United fell into a light group, and the away loss to Young Boys was not a disastrous result. The problem with Man United fans is that they are fed up with Solskjaer's unstable and problematic football philosophy. The Norwegian has been criticized for his conservative approach to problem-solving in midfield, creating a style of play that relies heavily on individual brilliance. It is the lack of stability and rigidity in the game that makes Man United empty-handed under Ole. However, the problem here is whether the views of Man United fans about Solskjaer affect the Glazer family, the owner of the club. The answer is probably that, like the Kroenke family holding Arsenal, the American owners of Man United will continue to be patient with Solskjaer, at least for the next few weeks. Arsenal owners have been quite adamant about their decision to keep Arteta's seat since the start of the season, despite the London team's disastrous start. Man United have even had a better start to the season than Arsenal, and there's no reason the Glazers should fire Solskjaer right now. In the past, the Glazers have never fired a coach in the early stages of the season. David Moyes' 10-month reign at Old Trafford ended in just 48 hours, since the team's management learned they were no longer able to compete for a Champions League spot next season. Louis van Gaal was in place in the first season for bringing the Red Devils to the top 4. The Dutch coach was fired the next season when MU finished in 5th place in the Premier League, even though it was then. He won the FA Cup. Mourinho was even more impressive, helping the team to 2 consecutive years in the Champions League. The special one was fired after a bad start to the season, leading the Glazers to believe that only a miracle could help the team qualify for the Champions League at the end of the season. The common point in all 3 times the Glazer family fired the above coach all lies in Man United's ability to attend the Champions League. In June 2021, Solskjaer put pen to paper on a contract with a term of up to 2024, with a 1-year extension clause. It was Hull's third contract signing with the management of Man United since the Norwegian coach returned to his old club. The Glazers put their faith in Solskjaer because he led Man United to 2 consecutive seasons in the Champions League. Solskjaer has become the captain of the Old Trafford team for the longest time, since Sir Alex Ferguson retired. In the summer market of 2021, the Red Devils' leadership also spends money to bring back many quality contracts. Solskjaer received great trust from American owners. Since 2013, Man United owners have relied on Champions League qualification to assess the capacity of coaches. Will that make a difference this season? The Glazers can raise the target for Solskjaer in this 2021/22 season. However, the most important issue for the American owners is still the annual revenue of the club. The Old Trafford team is doing well thanks to the club's brand. A change of manager in the middle of a season can bring a lot of upheaval within the team, and of course, be financially costly. Conte and Zidane will be cautious. Another reason that makes it difficult for Man United to sack Hull soon lies in the fact that there are not many good options to replace the Norwegian coach. Only Antonio Conte and Zinedine Zidane are the 2 most famous military leaders who are free. If parting with Solskjaer, the Glazer family is unlikely to continue to give trust to average coaches. However, Conte or Zidane are both difficult captains in choosing the team to lead. Solskjaer once admitted he was not interested in accepting the invitation to lead a team when the season was going on. The French coach once accepted to rescue Real Madrid in the second half of the 2018/19 season and could not help the team get out of the situation after 2 months. When leaving the Bernabeu, Zidane is said to be waiting for the opportunity to lead the French national team or Juventus, the teams familiar with this coach. Manchester United will be a completely different challenge, with a unique environment. It should be remembered that Sir Alex Ferguson still has an important voice at the club in important decisions. The influence of Ferguson and many former Man United players can be a barrier that makes Conte or Zidane afraid if they sit in the hot seat at Old Trafford. In a speech in 2018, when Zidane was also unemployed, Alain Migliaccio, Zidane's agent, once confirmed that the French coach had little interest in the English football environment. "I don't think one day Zidane will work in England," Migliaccio revealed. "The style of football there is not suitable for Zidane. I have discussed the possibility of going to England to work with Zidane. He is not really interested." Of course, in football, anything is possible. Many current stars of Man United such as Varane, Cristiano Ronaldo, Paul Pogba have worked or have a good relationship with Zidane. Man United is the best option at the moment, if Zidane wants to return to work at the top of European football. Conte is another rather risky option. The Italian coach has a tradition of conflict with club owners about shopping in the market. Conte is almost at odds with all the leaders of the big clubs he has led such as Juventus, Chelsea, or Inter Milan. The 52-year-old strategist wants to have full control of the team or interfere deeply in the purchase of players. Conte is ready to attack the team's leadership and the media if they do not recruit the targets he wants. That's what the Glazers used to be unhappy about in Mourinho. Conte will also fear having to rush into a fire while the season is underway. If accepted to lead Man United, the former Inter Milan coach can wait until the end of the season to have the best preparation. Besides Conte and Zidane, there are almost no famous coaches who can lead Man United at the moment. The dismissal of Solskjaer at the beginning of the season is too risky for the Glazer family. Except for the case that Man United plays badly and is left too far on the Premier League rankings, it is highly likely that the Norwegian coach will still be in place in the near future. Tottenham is miserable because of Harry Kane and Son Heung-min. According to former defender Gary Neville, the pair Harry Kane and Son Heung-min have become mediocre players in the heavy defeat at the hands of Arsenal. Harry Kane is in an unhappy mood. His body language shows that very well. Former England captain Gary Neville commented on the current captain after Tottenham's 1-3 defeat to Arsenal in the 6th round of the Premier League. It looks like Kane continues to do so as of this summer. Kane still contributes to the team's overall play, but is no longer himself. At the Emirates Stadium, the away team Tottenham entered the game sluggishly and was led by Arsenal 3 goals after only 34 minutes. At the end of the second half, Son Heung-min shortened the score to 1-3, but Tottenham still received the 3rd consecutive defeat in the Premier League. Harry Kane is yet to score in 5 Premier League games, his worst start to the 2012-2013 season. In the defeat against Arsenal, the number of shots on goal of the England captain was only 4 times, less than that of Manchester United's Harry Maguire. Both Son and Kane don't look happy, continued Neville. I see the problem not only with Kane, but also with Son. They are like kids whose balloons burst at a party. Their partnership is unlike last season. Both are in trouble. Kane and Son were the top 2 goal scorers for Tottenham last season, with 33 and 22 goals respectively in all competitions. In the Premier League alone, Kane scored 23 goals, while Son scored 17 times. While Kane tried unsuccessfully to leave this summer, Son signed a contract extension with Tottenham until 2025. Kane has scored 17 or more Premier League goals in the last 7 seasons. In the 2020-2021 season, he seems to be going through a rejuvenation process. The English striker got 23 goals and won the tournament's top scorer. This is the 3rd time he has done this after the 2015-2016 and 2016-2017 seasons. In terms of position, Kane continuously dropped deeper as an assist midfielder and registered 14 assists in the Premier League last season, the highest in the league. Thus, he contributed to 37 goals for Spurs in the Premier League season. Kane's expected goal percentage has dropped dramatically last season. The reason he had to move wider and deeper was not due to but partly because of the team's lack of creativity. They are two stars of Tottenham and have to make a difference when things are getting worse, former coach Graham Souness told Neville. If not them, who will Tottenham rely on? But both, like the players, are regretting themselves. It's time for Kane, and any player who dreams of being a big Tottenham player, to stand up. Ledley King, a former Tottenham midfielder, thinks Kane's problem is simply a technical one, not a psychological one from the summer scandal. I'm not worried about Harry's mood, because I know he's in the right place. Getting better every day with the ambition to be the best player possible. But Ledley King did not dismiss Neville's opinion. Harry has always been interested in scoring, but he is clearly losing his form. Harry is not like last season, and Tottenham are miserable because of that. Solskjaer, wait, I will bring the title to MU. Coach Solskjaer confidently copes with the pressure on the hot seat of MU. He declared strongly, "We'll bring glory to the Red Devils." With big contracts added in the summer, Jadon Sancho, Rafael Varane, and Ronaldo, Solskjaer is even more empowered to bring the title to the Old Trafford traditional room, after nearly 3 years of holding the team still empty-handed. The former Red Devils player was repeatedly questioned about his leadership skills when the failures of MU were analysed. The fact that MU lost 3 of the last 4 matches made Solskjaer's chair even hotter. Tonight, MU will receive Villarreal. the opponent who stole the dream of the Europa League title of Solskjaer's teachers and students last season. But in this rematch, the MU squad has a big difference, with the return of Ronaldo and the addition of Rafael Varane. Former teammate Gary Neville sent a message to Solskjaer: "There will be no excuses. MU this season must definitely win the title." Solskjaer shared, talking about the pressure he is facing. "To work in this environment, to lead MU, you have to be under that pressure." If he says, "We have to win a title," yes he is. MU is sticking to its plan. "We are here to win. I am here at MU to win." Gary knows that. At this club, we have an obligation to win, and in a certain style. Sometimes that's risky, you can lose a few games. But I am confident that MU will get there with consistent results and hope that in April and May we will be competing for titles. "My focus is always on winning the next game in the short term, and in the long term it's about building the squad to keep improving and winning. Therefore, MU's focus is on winning the Europa in tonight's match and getting back on track after a bad start. Then we returned to the Premier League on Thursday morning, in a game where we are in the top group, 1 point behind Liverpool at the top. Ronaldo ends his honeymoon in MU. The initial effect quickly wears off, and Cristiano Ronaldo now faces a difficult reality at Old Trafford. Man United received their first defeat in the Premier League this season against Aston Villa. As soon as the final whistle sounded, Ronaldo seemed angry, throwing a punch towards the flagpole, before becoming the first player to go into the tunnel. Behind him, his teammates trudged off the field. They all had disappointed expressions. Red Devils received the third loss in the last 4 matches in all competitions. Difficulties appear. The Portuguese superstar returns to Old Trafford in the hope of ending his top-flight career with the joy of winning and winning titles. CR7's ambition paid off in the early days. The effect Ronaldo brings is huge. A record of shirt sales appeared, a crowd of fans sang outside Old Trafford, the atmosphere was passionate from social networks to the lawn before the match against Newcastle. The 36-year-old superstar shines brightly when he reunites with Man United after 12 years. Ronaldo's double helped Man United beat Newcastle 4-1. The second and third games, Ronaldo continued to score. 4 goals in 3 matches helped CR7 have a dream start. However, Ronaldo may soon realize that success in the country at this time is not as simple as what he initially expected. In a short time, Man United experienced a series of poor matches. Ronaldo scored in the Champions League, but Red Devils lost to Young Boys. Losing West Ham in the Carabao Cup, Ronaldo did not play. Against Aston Villa in the 6th round of the Premier League, Ronaldo was part of the team's poor performance. Man United let opponents win at Old Trafford for the first time since 2009. 14 matches against Aston Villa in his career, Ronaldo won 13 and drew 1. He has a total of 9 goals and 4 assists in these 14 matches. Obviously Ronaldo is the god of Aston Villa, but that did not appear in the last meeting. Ronaldo's struggle is the epitome of Man United. The Red Devils may boast the best attacking players of the past decade, possibly since Sir Alex Ferguson's retirement in 2013, but their play is rather sporadic. The blade is no longer sharp and anxiety begins to arise. Man United had 28 shots towards the goal of Aston Villa but failed to score a goal. Only 4 times they hit the ball on target. 4 days earlier, Man United had launched 27 shots against West Ham but was still knocked out of the Carabao Cup by the opponent. In the last 2 matches, Man United had a total of 55 shots but failed to score. With Ronaldo, he began to feel the difficulty in the Premier League. In fact, when taken care of by the defender, CR7 can't make a difference. Teammates also did not provide enough ball for Ronaldo, even though he tried to run to stretch the defense. On the other hand, Ronaldo has not shown harmony with Mason Greenwood. At least 3 times, Greenwood refused to pass the ball to the senior in a more favorable position. Certainly, Ronaldo has reason to be disappointed. The unresolved Red Devils problem contributed to Ronaldo's excitement soon disappearing. Man United's midfield is poor quality, often launching the wrong pass. Fred continues to be the biggest fault in slowing down Man United's attack momentum. The Brazilian midfielder is fortunate to still be present at Old Trafford, and this continues to be a burden for Man United. With such a midfield, Man United is difficult to do. As for Ronaldo personally, he often has to go deeper to find the ball, no longer comfortable waiting for the opportunity to score. Great pressure. Man United has a favourable early Premier League schedule. They did not have to meet a direct opponent until they met Liverpool at the end of October. However, currently, Coach Solskjaer's teachers and students have dropped 5 points in the first 6 rounds. A second-place finish in the Premier League and defeat in last season's Europa League final cannot be considered success for Man United. This season, after recruiting Ronaldo, Rafael Varane, and Jadon Sancho, Man United need to have a title. However, the pressure is on Solskjaer's shoulders. After the defeat to Young Boys in the opening match of the Champions League, the situation will become worse if Man United do not have a good result in the second match against Villarreal, especially when Luke Shaw and Harry Maguire are injured. In general, Solskjaer is still struggling in building the game. Man United sometimes play very well, having excellent individuals can change the game. However, the team lacked consistency and often struggled against a well-organized defense. Can't count on Ronaldo to change this. The loss to Young Boys or Aston Villa was too obvious. The difficulty has just begun and the pressure will only grow in the coming weeks. Man United's schedule is really difficult. Leicester City, Liverpool, Man City, Tottenham, and Chelsea are waiting for Ronaldo and his teammates ahead. Ronaldo's first reign at Man United was a huge success. The peak is 3 Premier League titles and 1 Champions League title. The 31 goals Ronaldo scored in the Premier League in the 2007/08 season is still a record set by a Man United player. Of course, fans want to relive those glorious days. But reality is not that simple. Manad's squad is out of balance, and Ronaldo also understands that the road to glory will be very difficult. One more defeat, Man United will fall into crisis. Man United 1-0 Everton. Marshall opened the scoring. Marshall missed the opportunity. Do not enter. Wan-Bissaka made a good cross from the right after 6 minutes. Anthony Martial came in but headed wide from less than 5 yards out. The French striker is desperate to find himself after a long period of decline. Greenwood is uncomfortably stretched. Greenwood picked up Bruno's long pass and then stretched it wide after 9 minutes. The ball went across the goal, but no red-shirt player crossed to make the cut. On the steering wheel, Coach Solskjaer expressed his dissatisfaction with the missed situations of his students. Vernig covered in time. Salomon Rondon had a chance to break into the penalty area after a challenge from Lindelof in the 11th minute. Vernig had time to step back to save the home team's goal. In this phase, the striker of the away team was offside. However, Lindelof still shows a weakness that cannot be overcome in aerial combat situations. From the free kick in the 16th minute, Michael Keane headed back and sent the ball wide of MU's goal. The English midfielder almost scored against the old team. In the current match, the ball situations will be an effective attack plan of the away team. Pickford plays with concentration. Do not enter. Bruno hung the ball precisely to Cavani's position after 21 minutes. The Uruguayan striker's header was not dangerous enough to beat Pickford, England's #1 goalkeeper. MU holds the ball 63%. Half of the first half has passed. The game Red Devils created is not too overwhelming. However, the host did not give the opponent much space to threaten De Gea's goal. Coach Solskjaer's army is looking for opportunities from crosses from both sides. Greenwood daring handling. Greenwood had a daring shot from just outside the area after 27 minutes. The ball went lightly and couldn't make it difficult for keeper Pickford. MU had 2 shots on target from the beginning of the game, while Everton's number was 0. The collision occurred after 29 minutes. Yerry Mina got angry after the collision between Scott McTominay and Gray. Referee Oliver did not draw a card, but only warned the players on both sides. MU almost conceded a goal. Do not enter. In the 32nd minute, Townsend had a chance to finish in the 5.5m area, but the goal had not yet come to Everton. Shaw intervened to save MU from a visible goal. Off the field, Cristiano Ronaldo warmed up. The 36-year-old player may be given a chance in the second half if MU continues to play deadlocked. De Gea saves. Do not enter. Gray easily overcame Fred and fired a tight shot from outside the penalty area. De Gea promptly poured the saver for the host in the 34th minute. The away team is constantly under pressure. Danger. Tokor comfortably finished in the penalty area in the 37th minute. Without the timely intervention of Wan-Bissaka, MU would likely have to concede a goal. Everton are playing better in the last 10 minutes. Martial opened the scoring. From the opening of the ball to the left wing of Bruno Fernandes in the 43rd minute, Anthony Martial put up a decisive shot to defeat goalkeeper Pickford. The opening goal came to the host with the fourth shot from the beginning of the game. With Martial, he also got his first goal for MU this season. On the bench, Ronaldo stood up to give his juniors born in 1995 a round of applause. Martial has a charm with the Everton net. Everton and Southampton are Martial's two favourite opponents in the Premier League. The French striker has both scored 5 goals against these two clubs. End of time 1. MU experienced difficult moments but still got the opener thanks to Martial's shining moment. A rather interesting round. Wan-Bissaka played well. Fred also impressed, although he still had a lot of awkward handling, commented journalist Samuel Luck-Hertz. Solskjaer defends blockbuster contract Sancho. Coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer believes winger Jadon Sancho will bring out his full potential at Man United, even though he has yet to contribute much to the club. Solskjaer expressed dissatisfaction with the statement of his colleague Gareth Southgate in England when he thought that Sancho did not deserve to be called up. The Norwegian military leader commented that perhaps Southgate did not follow what the student showed in the recent 2-1 victory over Villarreal in a Man United shirt. That speech by Southgate was probably made before Wednesday night, wasn't it? Asked Solskjaer. Jadon has performed brilliantly, he's full of energy, the crowd loves him. I think he's started to feel the connection with the fans, and the directness, the positivity, the ability to communicate through people. That's exactly what we expect from him. Yes, he hasn't scored yet, but that night I thought, yeah, it's still Sancho and that's coming soon, a lot of it. Gareth Southgate also said it's important that Jadon knows we believe in him. We've spent a lot of time with him. He's going to be a great player. Top performances will come. Come on. We're not at all worried about that. He'll play well in England, too. A few days ago, Southgate surprised everyone when he called Sancho to England to prepare for the next 2 matches against Andorra and Hungary in the 2022 World Cup qualifier in Europe. According to coach of the Three Lions, Sancho was fortunate to be selected by him. Does Sancho deserve to be called up after what he has shown in the past few weeks? I think probably not. However, we invest in Sancho over a long period of time rather than a short term. We believe Sancho can regain top form. I want to take the time to talk and help Sancho solve the problems he is having at MU. I will try to make Sancho feel that he is still trusted. Being called up to England could be a good sign for him. There is no perfect solution here. Looking at the England squad, You can give a name and ask why he was in the same situation as Sancho before but was not called. In general, we just try to handle each case in a way that makes the most sense. Sometimes my message is to keep the players at home. That approach can help the player react in a better way. In the case of Sancho, we simply feel it is important to still call him into the England squad and it will be of great help to him. Conceding MU, Everton players celebrate as tantalizing Ronaldo. Conceding MU to equalize 1-1, Andres Townsend had a celebration that copied the original celebration of Cristiano Ronaldo's trademark, who came on in the second half but could not score. In the 7th round match of the Premier League 2021/22 tonight, 2-10, coach Solskjaer rotated his forces when he kept a series of stars such as Ronaldo, Pogba, or Sancho on the bench, to play against an Everton player. There are two main strikers, Richarlison and Calvert-Lewin. Not playing with the strongest force, but MU still led 1-0 after 45 minutes of play, thanks to Martial's goal at the end of the first half. In the second half, coach Solskjaer threw both Ronaldo and Sancho into the field to improve attack power, to increase the gap. However, when the duo couldn't shine yet, they let the visitors conceded after an exemplary counter-attack in the 65th minute. Townsend's dangerous finish didn't give De Gea a chance to save, helping Everton equalized 1-1. In particular, after scoring, the 30-year-old British player had a remarkable celebration at Old Trafford, when copying the original Ronaldo's familiar celebration on the Red Devils side. Townsend's action tantalized CR7 in the context of the Portuguese superstars team playing deadlocked in the second half. For the rest of the time, despite their best efforts, Ronaldo and his teammates could not concede Everton, and accepted to divide the score with a score of 1-1. Comments on Liverpool vs Man City in the 7th round of the English Premier League, the great battle of the top. The highlight match of Super Sunday this week will be the clash between Liverpool and Man City, in the 7th round of the Premier League 2021-2022. A game of decisive significance for the top position of the rankings, when the difference between the two teams is currently only 1 point. The great battle between the two boggarts this weekend can be seen as the early final of the first leg. A week ago, the Blue Half of Manchester won a 6-point match against Chelsea to overcome their own opponents, rising to second place in the rankings with 13 points, trailing just behind Liverpool with the less points. In the middle of last week, the Kop and Citizens both fought in the Champions League arena and experienced opposite emotions. While the Red Brigade had a jubilant 5-1 victory over Porto, the Blue Half of Manchester fell on the Park of the Princes of PSG with a score of 0-2. Marching to Anfield to attend the third great battle within a week, Man City had the advantage of having the strongest squad. Meanwhile, Liverpool entered the match with certain worries with the injury of defender Alexander-Arnold as well as the midfield duo of Elliott and Thiago Alcantara. The battle between two genius minds. Tomorrow night's match is the 21st time coach Pep Guardiola and coach Jurgen Klopp have faced each other directly. During his time in the Bundesliga, Pep had a better head-to-head record, when he and Bayern defeated Klopp's Dortmund 4 times, lost 3 and got 1 draw. After leaving Germany, Klopp arrived at Anfield in October 2015. A year later, Pep also followed Klopp to England to work when he agreed to leave Man City, opening a new rivalry program. In the foggy country, Coach Klopp is slightly better in confrontation with 5 wins, 4 losses and 2 draws. If counting a total of 21 encounters, Pep and Klopp have 9 wins together. They also dominate the Premier League together when they won the last 4 titles, of which Pep's Man City has won 3 cups. Pep Guardiola has always had great respect for his colleagues. There are some coaches, like Klopp, that challenge and push you forward, insisted Pep Guardiola. I played against Klopp when I was in Germany. In England, we clashed in many tournaments over the years. Every match between MC and Liverpool is very dramatic. The Kop lost 1-4 when receiving Man City in the Premier League last season, but on the field without an audience. Pep thinks that this encounter will be much more attractive when the audience returns and fills the stands, and sings the traditional song "You'll Never Walk Alone." It's nice that they can come back. Hopefully the players will perform well under great pressure. The highlight match tomorrow night between the 2 boggarts of the Premier League will be very interesting because these 2 teams have the best attack and the most solid defense in the tournament this season. After 6 rounds, Liverpool are having 15 goals. Only in the last 6 matches, in all competitions, they have scored 20 goals, in which Mohamed Salah is the best scorer with 8 goals in 8 games. The Egyptian striker will be the name that Man City's defense needs to pay special attention to. Currently, Coach Jurgen Klopp's army is also the only team that is still unbeaten after 6 rounds and is leading the NHA rankings with 14 points. They are returning to their best form when pillars like Van Dijk, Salah, Mane are all playing stably. Although this is just the beginning of the season, a victory against the Blue Man will be a strong message of the Red Brigade to its rivals in the championship race. Has Ole Gunnar Solskjaer's moment reached? Perhaps it is time for the leadership of Man Utd to consider changing in the position of head coach of the team after the match against Everton on the evening of October 2nd. Returning to the English Premier League after a successful revenge against Villarreal, the Red Devils suddenly had another disappointing match. Once again the unstable of Man Utd under Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, or, more broadly, in the post-Sir Alex era continues. The Old Trafford team is appreciated more than the opponent, but they are stuck in front of a disciplined and resilient away team. Man Utd maintained the ball possession rate up to 70%. But instead of creating situations to stop the City, in the first half, the Red Devils only knew how to put their hopes on the ball situations. Martial's opening goal from Bruno Fernandes' delicate assist was a rare bright spot in the Red Devils' play in the first 45 minutes. However, it is not enough to revive a deadlocked Man Utd in this match. In the second half, Coach Solskjaer threw Ronaldo, Sancho, and Pogba into the field, but when the attack did not work, the defense made a mistake again. Fred failed in a duel with Gray, helping Everton launch a quick counter-attack, and then Townsend comfortably shot De Gea's net. In addition to that situation, during the whole match, Man U's defense was also constantly indiscreet, and if the wooden frame was not a De Gea who was in high form, the Red Devils' net would certainly have been. Not only vibrated twice, one Everton goal was ruled out due to offside. In terms of force, Man Utd is not inferior to the rest of the Premier League, or more precisely, they deserve to be a championship candidate if they play properly. However, it seems that coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has yet to find a way to tie the cards he has in his hand. The unexpected defeat to Aston Villa could have been an accident, but given the performance in that match, Man Utd hardly deserved a win. The same thing happened in this match, when the performance of the Red Devils did not show the silhouette of the big team. Perhaps the honeymoon of Ronaldo and Man Utd in the second reunion has ended, and the positivity that the Portuguese superstar brought to the juniors has also disappeared. Man Utd is now back with the usual face, and a swallowing named Cristiano Ronaldo can't bring back the spring. Man Utd really need a revolution to regain its former glory, and the important factor is the need for a captain enough to steer the Red Devils' boat, which perhaps the current Norwegian strategist does not have. In the match between Man Utd and Everton in the 7th round of the Premier League on October 2nd, a special guest appeared in the stands of Old Trafford Stadium. That's Usain Bolt. The former Jamaican track and field athlete was dubbed the fastest man in the world with a terrible record on the track, while holding the Olympic and world records in the 100 meters with 9.58 seconds, 200 meters with 19.19 seconds, and with teammates shared the record in the 4x 100 meters relay with 37.04 seconds. Bolt became the first male athlete to win a gold medal in all three events at an Olympics since Carl Lewis in Los Angeles in 1984. In addition to athletics, Bolt is also a lightning bolt. Follower of soccer, and especially love Man Utd club. Lightning Jamaica also once raised hopes of one day wearing the Old Trafford team shirt. In addition, today Old Trafford Stadium welcomes the appearance of former MMA fighter Khabib Nurmagomedov. The Russian boxer is known to be a close friend of superstar Cristiano Ronaldo. Both have openly voiced their support for each other at major tournaments. According to the media, this famous pair of athletes also often talk to each other almost every day via social networking applications or phones. Man United can't win the title with Fred in the squad. He's doing an ugly job, former Manchester United defender Michael Silvestre once said of Fred. Players in defense will always like players like that, Fred, PV, because it helps them feel protected, emphasized Silvestre. Fred continued to play in the 1-1 draw with Everton in round 7 of the Premier League on the evening of October 2nd. And he continued to have a match that deserved a minus point, when both attack and defense were bad. MU lost points due to Fred, who was at fault for Man United's goal against Everton. It was definitely Fred who should have taken the tactical foul situation with Demarai Gray. If you make a setup phase and commit a foul enough to make the referee blow the whistle, the Red Devils can prevent the visitors from counter-attacking. They also have more time to adjust the squad, and above all create an inhibitory mentality for the opponent. Aaron Wan-Bissaka also lacked the timely impact to block the ball of the number 11 on Everton's side. Perhaps he is still haunted by the red card he received in the match against BSC Young Boys in the UEFA Champions League. Fred's poor hand-to-hand dispute, lack of tactical foul thinking, and Wan-Bissaka's non-aggressive interception contributed to Everton's equaliser. But before Man United conceded, how did Fred play? The answer is in the normal range. He has one successful dribble, one tackle, one foul on the opponent. It's not a perfect statistic, with the midfielder being devoted to doing ugly work or creating peace of mind for the defense. From the beginning of the season, the performance of the former Shakhtar Donetsk star was also less convincing. He did not make much of a mark in midfield to see himself as an integral part. However, Solskjaer still believes in using the Brazilian midfielder and rejects the opportunity of Donny van de Beek. Fred seems to be Solskjaer's pet. The Norwegian strategist is right with that. With Fred and McTominay side by side in midfield, United's win rate is 62%. They also scored 2 goals per game and conceded 0.93 goals. Without them, Man United's win rate drops to 52%, scoring an average of 1.73 goals per game and conceding 1.15 goals, according to data from The Guardian. Solskjaer has a reason to always use 2 central midfielders, namely Fred and McTominay. In the Europa League final against Villarreal in the 2020/21 season, the Man United captain used McTominay in the central midfield position. As a result, the Red Devils' midfield becomes more fragile. Solskjaer trusts Fred because he thinks he can defend better than the rest of the cards, especially Donny van de Beek. The Brazilian midfielder also has abundant energy and works tirelessly. However, Fred was never a world-class defensive midfielder, like Casemiro. Solskjaer is also too immature in tactics. He, or at least the assistants, PV, did not convey the tactical foul mentality to the players. Pep Guardiola and his partner at Man City stand above the great rival in this respect. In the 2019/20 season, Pep was accused of encouraging his students to make tactical fouls. This appeared in the documentary about Man City, where Mikel Arteta, then assistant to Pep, PV, is recorded instructing players to foul, to prevent opponents from switching states. Every time we try to get into the penalty area of Man City, they make mistakes, West Ham coach Manuel Pellegrini once said, after watching the home team lose 0-5 to Man City in the 2019 season. 20 that day, the citizens fouled 13 times, while this number on the West Ham side was 6. With Pep, the highlight of the overall strategy he built for the home team was to make sure Man City could not be hurt from counter-attacking situations. Man City prefers to control the ball a lot, so they are easy to face counter-attacks when they lose the ball. At this time, the citizens must choose the solution of tactical foul, that is, the player places his body far away from the goal, so that the referee blows the penalty. Solskjaer doesn't get that. In the situation where Man United conceded a goal against Everton, a vast void was revealed after Raphael Varane and Luke Shaw rose. Fred was defeated by Gray in the first duel. After that, he also did not have the speed to follow the opponent. Observing how the Man United player backed down to the defense during the conceded situation, it was easy to see that the host's structure was broken. Shaw moved into the center of Lindelof, leaving the left wing open. And Andros Townsend did the rest well, with a perfect finish. Man United need to remove Fred from the squad. Solskjaer always keeps his composure in front of the press. He was not in the habit of criticizing his students. Fred gives more to Man United than people see, the Norwegian military leader once said. However, it is time for Solskjaer to realize the fact that Man United cannot rely on Fred or McTominay for the role of defensive midfielder. During the summer of 2021, experts have analyzed a lot about the quality of the Red Devils squad, and most believe that this team needs a world-class central midfielder. The Norwegian strategist must have seen Fred and McTominay's limitations. Therefore, he always had to place two central midfielders in the squad, which means sacrificing a place at the top, who can support the attacking front more. At the 2018 World Cup, Gareth Southgate arranged up to 3 central defenders in the England map. That is because he is not very confident in the quality of players and goalkeepers. Because of the lack of trust in quality, this new leader uses quantity to compensate, that is, uses 3 defenders, then uses 2 more midfielders to cover. Solskjaer probably knows very well that Fred and McTominay are not good at defense. So, he chose 2 people to cover the defense, hoping that the quantity will make up for the quality. Surprisingly, United's win rate was higher, and over time this caused the Norwegian to forget how poor their central midfielders were. Sport analyzes Man United need to buy West Ham's Declan Rice in the winter transfer window, if they want to keep their hopes of winning the trophy. The English midfielder proves his worth when the Hammers encounter Red Devils this season. This player is only 22 years old, with a very bright future ahead. In the summer of 2021, Man United brought in Cristiano Ronaldo to upgrade the quality of the attack. They own more innovative Jadon Sancho. But in the case of teams playing deep defense, organizing and disciplined competition, the Red Devils need more creative cards. In the case of successful purchase of Rice, Man United does not have to use 2 central midfielders. At that time, Solskjaer can let Sancho, Bruno Fernandes, Paul Pogba, Mason Greenwood, Cristiano Ronaldo appear at the same time. Only then, Man United can activate the formidable on the offensive front. However, Rice's price will not be cheap. West Ham want to collect £100 million from the English midfielder. After having the signatures of Varane, Sancho, and Ronaldo, will Man United dare to accept to spend more? delighted the hero Everton imitate Ronaldo's celebration after tearing the net at M.U. Everton winger Andros Townsend imitated Ronaldo's famous shoe celebration after scoring against MU at Old Trafford. Andros Townsend ended Everton's sharp counter-attack with a shot that completely beat goalkeeper De Gea, helping the Merseyside team to a 1-1 draw at Old Trafford. After scoring, Andros Townsend jumped to celebrate, just like Ronaldo, making many people think that this player is trying to tease M.U. fans. The Portuguese superstar at that time had just entered the field and expressed his dissatisfaction. After the game, Andros Townsend explained why he imitated Ronaldo's way of celebrating. "It's not imitation, it's just a tribute to the player who influenced my career. I spent hours on the training ground and in the video room trying to analyze Ronaldo's free kicks. His dedication to football and the way he celebrates it is not an imitation, but an act of honoring the idol. I love football and am delighted to have the opportunity to play for Everton. I've never scored consistently, but this season has been different. It's a good start, but I can do more," Townsend told BT Sport. Andros Townsend is in very good form with 5 goals in 9 matches, a better scoring record than this player's previous 79 matches. With 3 goals of this player after 3 matches in the Premier League, Everton are having their best start in 15 years, despite a storm of injuries. Ronaldo is angry after the draw with Everton. Superstar Cristiano Ronaldo was very unhappy with Man United's draw with Everton. Not only was he angry with his teammates at the goal, but he was also annoyed when he entered the tunnel after the game. In the match Man United vs Everton, Ronaldo was suddenly put on the bench by coach Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. The Norwegian strategist thinks he needs to rest after the past period of continuous ploughing. However, the 36-year-old superstar was not satisfied when he did not get the main kick. The camera lenses captured CR7's unhappy face while the MU players were warming up before the match. Ronaldo was then also brought on at the start of the second half, when United were leading by a goal from Anthony Martial. However, Ronaldo not only did not help MU get more goals, but had to see the home team being held to a draw. From a counter-attack, Andros Townsend scored Everton's goal and jumped to celebrate in the style of CR7. Ronaldo was very angry with his teammates because of this goal. Speaking after the match on BT Sport, former defender Rio Ferdinand attributed Ronaldo's anger to the fact that Man United's players did not commit a previous foul to quell the risk. When the final whistle sounded, Ronaldo was very disappointed. After the game, Townsend actively approached Ronaldo to start a conversation. However, CR7 only answered a few questions and then went straight into the tunnel and mumbled something. Man United is going through a bad series of matches when winning only 2 of the last 6 matches. With a very heavy schedule ahead, I don't understand how much lower the Reds are. Obna is about to sign a long-term MU. Paul Pogba was announced. prepared to sign a long-term MU, ending speculation about the future. The French midfielder has less than 9 months left on his contract with the Old Trafford team, increasing rumors, possibly leaving on a free basis at the end of the season. The rich team PSG, Real Madrid, and Juventus are mentioned as the next destination of Paul Pogba. However, according to news from L'Equipe newspaper published today, October 7th, Pogba is about to put pen to paper to sign a new long-term contract at MU. Information said that Pogba wants to extend his time with the Red Devils. And the MU leadership is about to turn the French midfielder into one of the highest-paid people in the Premier League. Pogba is currently earning £290,000 a week, or £15.08 million a year, aiming to increase it to around £17 million a year in his new contract. Paul Pogba is experiencing the current season in quite impressive form, with 8 assists, of which 7 are in the Premier League. Coach Solskjaer said a few days ago, he hopes the presence of Ronaldo, as well as his French teammate, Raphael Varane, will keep Pogba at MU. Information about the force before the match MU vs Atlanta. MU will host Atlanta at Old Trafford in the UEFA Champions League group stage. This will be an opportunity for Solskjaer and his students to escape the crisis. Force information. In the press conference before the match against Atlanta, Coach Solskjaer officially confirmed the injury status of the players, especially striker Anthony Martial. Anthony Martial attended training today but is still not fit to play in the Champions League. Harry Maguire has no problems and can play. We will have a relatively complete squad. Only in the case of Varane's injury, Edinson and Fred are back after qualifying for the South American World Cup, which is very good news, said Coach Solskjaer. Meanwhile, Atlanta coach Gianpiero Gasperini will be without the services of Dutch right-back Montator, Albanian centre-back Barak Jansiti, midfielder Matteo Pessina, and German left-back Robin Gosens. These are very unfortunate absences, which can affect the strength and balance of the team from Italy. Match commentary. MU entered this match after a crushing defeat against Leicester City in the English Premier League. The defense of the red shirt team revealed many problems, especially the position of central defender Harry Maguire. Meanwhile, Atlanta beat Orleo Andrea Zoli's Empoli 4-1 in Serie A. This is the first time both teams have faced off in the Champions League. Atlanta has fast, explosive, and energetic gameplay. These strengths of the Italian team are the things that MU is most afraid of right now. The absence of central defender Varane makes Red Devils fans unable to rest assured before the stormy attacking power of Atlanta. Confronting Atlanta is not an easy challenge for Coach Solskjaer. The Norwegian strategist is not allowed to lose after MU's series of bad matches. The Manchester team may have to rely on Ronaldo's scoring grace in the Champions League. The return of Marcus Rashford will also bring more attacking options. Expected starting lineup. Manchester United, De Gea, Wan-Bissaka, Lindelof, Maguire, Shaw, McTominay, Pogba, Greenwood, Fernandes, Rashford, Ronaldo. Atlanta, Musso, Palomino, Demiral, Toloid, Dapacosta, Freuler, Darun, Mail, Malinowski.